The Weekend Breakfast Show, 7am till 10am, Saturday and Sunday, with DJ Foz on Dorset's Riviera Radio.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And it's live.
This is Leicester Till I Die TV. Watch and subscribe on YouTube and listen on your podcast platform.
I won't say good, I'll just say afternoon. I think the comments are saying it all for us here. I'm very dark again. Oh, there we go. It's not so bad now. All aboard HMS Last Chance Saloon, says Simon. Clibbo, I can't argue with you, mate. I can't argue with you. I can't argue with Mad either. And Kevin, all the way from Lakeland, Florida, it's about 5 a.m. there. And hi, Phil Fox, the old man on the police protection scheme. He's somewhere different every week. Somebody that isn't different here every week because he's not moved into his new house yet. That's Tom. Afternoon,
yeah.
Tom.
Hey, Chris. Morning, Chris. It's still morning, actually. That's how early we are, isn't it? It's not even at midday here. But at least we're getting it out of the way early, I guess. At least Oxford are playing the same time as us. So come 3 o'clock today, we can either put it to bed or, we can go do something else.
Well, I'm actually looking forward to watching the World Cup. That's how bad this load of shit is.
Oh, me too. And I'm generally not really into international football, but I'm proper excited for it, obviously with Canada tie as well with me. So, so I'm looking forward to that more than I am actually any football I've had this year, or ice hockey, which has been just as bad for me.
Well, it has. You haven't even got that, have you?
No.
Look, it can't get any worse, can it? It can. And if you've missed it, because it was live, I think, Thursday morning, or possibly Friday morning. No, Friday morning, but it is on TalkSport 2 podcast. Apparently, I am radio gold, according to the producer at TalkSport. I let one bloody out, and I managed to keep the rest of the swear words away from my microphone. But
you didn't have to re-record it this time, then, like you've had to do before, Chris.
No. That was because of my let's get drunk and talk shite sign there.
Yeah, it's like that time that lady had that sex toy behind her, wasn't it, famously on a BBC One?
Yeah, I mean, that's not as bad as that, can I just say? But and also it was the BBC because it was on camera.
This is it. And welcome along, everyone. I mean, there's some optimism in the chat here because, like everyone's saying, Chris, I feel slightly relaxed, or is it resigned? Yeah, it's probably a bit like it, isn't it?
I think it is resigned, isn't it? But look, it is going to get worse. I've actually got. I don't know. Did you see it during the week? The what they were doing at training. They put a picture up on social media. Did you see it?
Probably not, mate. I've not had much of a go on social media this week. I just caught up with the basics.
This apparently is. Cause I think what it was Marty was saying. I can't find it now, but Marty was saying that he wanted sort of to prove to the fans that they are actually sort of making an effort in training. Anyway, there's the image.
That's amazing because we're on the south coast today, so I've worn my shorts. I'm not sure if you could see them. Look.
Oh wow! Yes.
On the beach, like the boys.
I'm on my PJ bottoms, but I mean that to me, I'm sorry, that was a long build-up, but I think I got my point home, didn't I?
I think you did, mate. I think the interesting thing is, like, I was thinking back to the relegation battles we've been in my lifetime as a Leicester fan, you know, and I was thinking this is like last year is the 2 times in a row I've actually felt very little hope. We've had bad players before, but we've always kind of had a go, right? And if we've gone down, we've gone down. We've kind of been like, oh, you know, they had a go. It feels really different this time, and I feel really disconnected with it, really resigned, which is quite disappointing, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Stephen, all I'll say to you is I think, as I say, he does the spaghetti way of picking the team, just throws everything at the wall and see what sticks. And look, I just want to leave that up there because that's how I feel they are at the moment. Last night, I've got to say, first of all, congratulations to Coventry. And I know people are going to hate on Coventry, but a lot of Coventry fans are dicks, but there's also a lot of Coventry fans that are pretty decent people, as shown by the support that they gave us when Vichai passed. So every club has them, but congratulations to them. 25 years since they were last in the Premier League. I think at the time they were probably the longest surviving top tier team at the time, or certainly up there. 25 years, and they have been through some absolute shite in those 25 years. No home ground, you know, going out of business. I mean, fair play to them, and I wish them all the success next season. And I have to say, what a gentleman Frank Lampard is. And you were working last night, so you wouldn't have seen it. But at the end, and he must have said it 3 or 4 times, he said, you know, look, I have to thank Mark Robbins for everything he's done for this club to get it to the position where I can come in and put it on. I thought, wow, that is a true gentleman, in fairness.
Yeah, I think that was really nicely handled, wasn't it? And like you say, Chris, I mean, congratulations to them. I know there's a lot of local bands and all the rest of it. I've personally always preferred the Premier League when you've got us, Forest, Derby and Coventry in it. I think there's much more excitement when there's all the Midland clubs all in there, really. And yeah, like you said, they've been down to League Two, haven't they, not having a stadium? It's been very bleak days. There was a time I thought they might be the first ex-Premier League club to go to non-league before Oldham had that one, you know, luxury. Yeah. But yeah, no, well done to them. They've been superb this year, haven't they? They've had the combination of quality and work rate, and that's what you need to get out of this league.
I feel sorry for Mark Robbins because he took them that far, but sometimes there comes a point, even when a manager's not doing badly, which I don't think he was at Coventry, sometimes you just need that spark, don't you? That change, you know. Yeah. Worrying thing is though, Blackburn played really bloody well.
They did, yeah. I mean, like, ironically, I was looking at this going, why couldn't Coventry just go and win it? Because then obviously they might have helped us out. I mean, but maybe a point at the end there, rather than Blackburn actually getting the 3, might prove a difference. It does feel very unlikely at this point, so we need to still go win 4 games of football, won't we? So.
Yeah. Lee, I've got to say, Lee, when Blackburn went 1-0 up, I thought, oh, for fuck's sake. And I didn't realise at that point that Coventry only needed a point to get promoted. And guaranteed top 2, but okay, well done to them. You're going to be watching this in the background as you have done the last couple of weeks. You're going to be watching Derby against Oxford, and I have to say, I look at these teams, and I've said this before. Give me 2 players from Blackburn. Give me 2 players from Oxford. Give me 4 from Sheffield Wednesday that we played the other week, because they all show what we don't show, and that's fight and pride for the badge.
That's right. Yeah, I was looking at Portsmouth's bench before we came on, and I was like, they've got this player that can come off the bench to come into things if they need to. And you're right. I mean, we've seen this broken record all season with the players we've got. We've wanted to see younger players bedded in a bit earlier, and now it's literally shit or bust really with this group, isn't it? It's already been pretty much bust in 42 games. So, but it's funny you pick up, Chris, on that fight, because ironically, look, Portsmouth obviously got the win. We'll get to that in a minute in the week against Ipswich, which has made things a lot worse for us. The thing is, this league is about fight. You can be as good a team as you want. The teams that fight the hardest generally win.
Yes, yeah. That's exactly what I said, Paul. You know, he did. No, he did. Yeah, no, I said that's what I was saying. Yeah, you're right. And when you look at Portsmouth, and that's obviously who we've got today, because I can see West Brom beating Preston. Derby, I can probably see. What did I predict for that?
I think I've gone for a Derby win on that one, but I mean, if Oxford get a point, that'll be good enough for them in the circumstances.
I've gone for a Derby win, but that's my heart, not my head. I went a 2-0 Coventry win last night, as it happens. But when you look at who Portsmouth have just beaten in their last 2 games, Middlesbrough, who have been second for most of the season, and Ipswich, who are now second.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just the work rate, Chris. When I watched them play Oxford, they probably should have beaten Oxford. The referee did them wrong and gave them a red card, which shouldn't have been a red card, which ended up resulting Oxford getting a point from that one. But yeah, it's just the way they've applied themselves. I mean, they're not the best team, Portsmouth. They went through a really dodgy spell where it looked like the wheels had fallen off completely. But then they just got their heads together and went, we'll go out there and work harder, and you make your own luck. And that's the difference between them and us going into that game. And it's probably, sadly, too late if we can find that now to make a difference. But we've got to see it, guys. We really have to.
Yeah. Is it me? It might be me, actually. Can you smell something at your end?
Probably just me. I mean, oh.
Now, I have not heard as much bullshit as I've heard coming out of this guy's mouth for these last couple of weeks. We need to win. No fucking shit, Sherlock. Tell me something I don't need. We need to show, a passion. It's coming out with, I need to make changes. I need to, and he still put a fucking person up front as part of 2 number 9s. So they've got 11 goals between them, and we've got an 11 goal in the last 5 games or something. What ridiculous 15 games. Who can't even get on the bench. I mean, fucking Ayew on the bench again.
I think he's got a really difficult job, Chris, and I'm not defending him on this because I still think he could have been a lot more decisive and a lot more cutthroat with some decisions, especially around tactics in particular, right, and team selection. It's very apparent with this group that if you go at them, you'll lose the dressing room. I think he's tried to be a bit pragmatic in what he said, and I think actually he would have loved to have said a lot more because we've seen more and more as the weeks have gone on. He is throwing it more back at the players and protecting them less, right? Yeah, but I agree with you. It is frustrating because I think that actually what they've needed is someone to thrash them. But I think the fear in the back of the minds of what's happened to every other Leicester manager, probably advised from above him as well, has kept him trying to be quite pragmatic about a pretty hopeless situation.
Well, I mean, sorry, I'm laughing because every time I look at this, I'm seeing extra. I didn't know. I've only just noticed the badge on the loo brush and the duck behind him and the Leicester City toilet paper on his right. When he came in, he should have been saying, like, okay, you're in the shit, and you're in the shit because your players are shit. I'm going to go in there and kick arse, and I expect you to back me. Yeah. Now, if you don't back me, then I'm not the man for you. And he needed to go in. What's he got to lose in this game? That team is not going to win today. I predicted what did I predict? A 2-0 Portsmouth win.
That seems quite mild, really, what it could be.
Yeah, Brad's gone 4-0.
I've gone 4-0 as well, but I might change my mind for the end of this show. Optimism.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, he's saying, I need to make changes, and, I need to sort of be... Still nothing. As Clivo said right at the start here, look, 4-2-3-1. Yeah. Do you
know what the problem is, Chris? I mean, this is only reading between the lines because obviously we only see what we see, but we're very much apparent that the club ownership has treated the players historically like they are complete footballing idols, right? There's a lot of, they can directly reach out to top and all the rest of it. They can cut out the manager on a lot of occasions. So the manager's the one that ends up on the island on his own, and that's happened in a lot of our previous appointments, right? I think that is a big part of the problem here. I think there hasn't been that from the top element in order to keep it. No, it's on the manager. If the manager's saying this, I, as the chairman, support the manager, right? And I think that is where we've got into this mess where the players don't really have accountability to what the manager says a lot of the time.
Hi, Gray. Welcome back, by the way. I was worried about him, and he was on holiday, so there's nothing to worry about. Hope you had a good one, mate. I feel like Top is a bit like Elvis Presley or Michael Jackson.
Okay.
I don't mean dead. What I mean is both of those people would still be alive now if they had people that didn't lick their arse and went up to them and told them as it was. If somebody said to Elvis, look, Elvis, you fucking fat bastard, lose some weight, stop eating all the burgers, let's get you to the gym. And if somebody had said to Michael, carry on having all these needles and drugs and what have you, it's going to kill you, stop doing it. As one doctor did, and then he sacked that doctor. But that's the problem. And has anybody gone to Top and gone, Top, what the fuck you doing? Support the manager. support
Yeah.
the manager.
I have no doubts he's a nice guy, but to be a nice guy, sometimes you get walked over by people who take advantage, don't they? And I think the problem is you can do both.
I don't think Fachai was ever walked over, was he?
No, because Richo, I think, was a better judge of character. I think that was the thing. He left the team in charge of Nigel Pearson, Dave Rennie, Steve Walsh, because he knew he could trust them, right? And I think then he didn't get involved at all. And that's kind of the way you want to do it. I think that hasn't panned over. And I think the people that Top has trusted have unfortunately been the wrong ones. We could have got lucky. But when you talk about the Chris Wilder appointment we could have had earlier in the season, Chris, that he obviously would have interviewed in a similar way, probably, to a Nigel Pearson. That wasn't what they wanted, because that's not what they go for. Ironically, that was exactly what they needed.
Yeah, totally. You know, look, you said Pearson. Yes, we do. I don't know whether him directly, but we do need a Pearson-type manager. I said Wilder, who I think is a Pearson-type manager. He was my choice, and it beat me off. You know, like I said, bullseye. Here's what you could have had. But again, I just don't. I can't get my head into Top's head because, and I think I've said this possibly to you. It might not have been to you, but why has every decision only can be made when he's in the country?
Yeah.
You know, he wasted time, for example, with the sacking of Cifuentes. He could have said, at the time it was John Rudkin, right, John, grow a pair of balls, you go in there, you tell him he's sacked, put Andy King in charge for 4 weeks or whatever it's going to do, and then when I come over in 3 or 4 weeks' time, when I'm next able to come over, because he has got a business to run, we have to remember that, and then give me a short list of people we can go for who might be interested. That would have saved a hell of a lot of time.
Yeah, and I think the timing of when we've made a lot of managerial changes recently, I've been wrong going back to Brendan Rodgers. I think the writing's been on the wall for many, many weeks before, like you say, and it's almost like the eye's been off the ball for some reason. Perhaps the reporting back to the chairman hasn't been as honest as it should have been. There's things like this, Chris, I consider. I think that just shows you how the structure at the top of the football club hasn't been in the right place, has it, in order for us to be actively getting these things sorted out in the right time.
I'm sorry, I've just seen in the Cow's ear that he's got a tag with LCFC on it. That's going to keep me giggling all day, that is. I love these images. There's occasionally I get told they can't do it because of legal reasons, but generally, if you do everything as a caricature, you tend to get away with it. Right. We have Gray. We've been totally pathetic all season. Hi, Reese. How you doing? Reese, I know, is not. He told me that he's not renewing his season ticket next season, and I don't blame him. I don't know if the price has gone up or not. What I have been noticing is that you can now get a shirt for £20.
Yeah, they've knocked it right down, haven't they?
All I will say, guys, is I would leave it a couple of weeks and then go in, because by then they will actually pay you to take one.
Yeah, I know, right? They can't get rid of them, can they, Chris, right now?
Exactly.
But it's interesting because, this raises a very, very warning point for Leicester City Football Club. The red flag should be flying around them right now. The decisions that are being made are forcing supporters out. You need your supporters because they're your commercial income, your primary commercial income, especially down in the Championship and League One where you haven't got 180 million worth of television money. You've got to placate your supporters to a degree, otherwise you lose them because it's expensive nowadays. People's bills are going up, people's lifestyles are not as good as they used to be. People have to be selective where they put their money. And if you're running a club in such a way where even if you think you're doing it right, it appears to the outside world that you're getting it wrong, you've got to really make some changes that are going to get people back on side. I think the football club has failed to do that this season.
100%. Anyway, let's have a look at this lot. Here we go. The lineup. I wasn't able to do the one with all the players of the starting lineup, but it is 4-2-3-1. The Mercury have said that, and BBC have said that. Let's go through this. There's some changes in there. I'm to be honest with you, I'm holding a rant in. The problem is, when you really you need to fart, but you're worried that you might follow through, and you're actually out in a shop, so you don't want it to do. So you're actually holding it in, and you're even walking a little bit funny. I'm like that with my rant at the moment. I'm getting close to a rant, so help me get through this bit because this is the bit that's going to tip me over.
Yeah, well, yeah. You lead.
Bekovic in goal. I mean, yeah, I don't think it's necessarily. I think it's too late, to be honest with you, because the back four and the goalkeeper haven't. You know that you. That's the one place on the pitch where, and you need it all over the pitch, but you really need the relationship.
Yes, the connectivity.
Bekovic shouldn't have been dropped. Well, he got injured, so in fairness to
Yeah.
Gary, he got injured, so he had to drop him. Although I am glad to see him there, I do think he's a safer pair of hands.
Yeah, I think so. And I think actually this has actually answered a big question to who probably Gary Rowett thinks is the best option. I think, like you say, if he hadn't got injured and when we've got ankles and heels going on at the moment, that, you know, you tweak it, you're done again, aren't you, for a long time. So the club seems to be very cautious about bringing these players back in. But it's been very apparent Begovic's head, especially in this scenario. And he's also really fair. That Middlesbrough game, he had some cracking saves, didn't he? You know, I think he was obviously Gary Rowett's preferred option here, especially when he's talked about players needing to have that battle hardened to them in a relegation battle, which he's publicly said that this group doesn't have.
Yeah, indeed. Back four, look, what else can you do?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we should have betted Aluko in earlier. I think there's a talent there.
I do. I really do. But, I mean, that back four, yeah, I mean, I suppose it's as good as, isn't it, really?
Well, that's all he can pick, especially at centre-back, because if you look at Suter and how he warmed up in the last game, he's pretty sure he's probably worried as soon as he gets on the pitch, he'll break down again, won't he? Because, unfortunately, he's been made of glass for 2 years, the poor chap. So we're going to have to go with these two, Vicoli and Nelson still being out of the equation to the end of the season. So it's very much this is forced upon us. And then, once again, comes back to youth players. Surely Gray from the academy, who's actually a very good ball-playing defender by the looks of it, and very young, but if we'd given him some minutes early in the season, rather than putting him on the bench for no reason, perhaps he could have played a part in it now. Once again, a lack of foresight.
Now, if you're starting somebody else in midfield, so it's been Winks and Skip up to now, and everybody's going to go, well, what about Aribo? I mean, he's actually paid more than I think maybe possibly even Harry Winks, but he's certainly up there. He's the Southampton's most expensive player, and we're paying half his wages. It's not Winks I'm dropping. Sorry, it's not Skip I'm dropping, it's Winks.
Yeah, agreed. This is the one thing that's annoyed me about this. I think, okay, Hamza for Skip, if you want to do it, I mean, I guess fine. But the biggest problem we have had is when Jordan James hasn't played in that central midfield role. And the reason why is because he was someone who brought the ball forward and was very much more proactive with the ball. Harry Winks isn't that, unfortunately. He sort of sits in the middle. He's not really that defensive. He's not really that attacking, is he? And also, he can't really get a long shot off either. So I think that has been one of our biggest problem places this season, Chris. And it's a shame Jordan James, obviously, has still got this heel problem because he is a massive miss for us in that position. And you talk about Aribo. I mean, is he an attacking midfield centre, a 10? Is he going to be a box-to-box? He's kind of in between the two. There's obviously not enough about him in training, but then we've also said, look, why not just chuck these players in at a certain point? I would have probably wanted to gamble today and go for Aribo over a week's worth of training just to see if he can bring the ball forward better for us from that position. Yeah,
I mean, Chowdhury... I've gone off Chowdhury, to be honest with you, and I didn't like his attitude when he was going around the pitch. The other at the end of the Swansea game, it was very sarcastic, I felt, and other people were saying it as well. He's a defensive midfielder. Who's better at going forward, Skip or Winks? For me, and I know he's missed 3 chances recently, but it's Skip because he gets in there. Winks gets so far up and he thinks, I'm going to shoot here from outside the stadium.
Yeah, exactly. And that's not really Skip's remit either. Skip's been very good actually using his ability to track back and be part of a more solid defensive unit, especially when we started getting these clean sheets, right? You need to have someone alongside him who's going to progress the ball to make it easier, but he's had to overcompensate.
Yeah, I mean, look, he gets the odd goal here and there, but it's a bit like Fatawu. He still... because he's done it once, he tries it every game, The Coventry back in, I kind of get that. I wouldn't have had Fatawu or Matchday starting at all.
No, it's really difficult. I mean, when I talk about, I thought the central midfield position has been a big problem for us. I mean, but then I look at that and go, well, Matchda's not going to assist a goal, and they're coming up 20 games now, and he's played every week, hasn't he? And you think, who is that person? We've tried Monga. Monga hasn't really, at this age of his career, got that little bit of bite we need. You know, I mean, he might look like a flair player to an Arsenal or Man United. You can train into something, but he's not ready now for that responsibility. There's no doubt about it. And then you go, there's no one else.
Position, isn't he?
Well, we think so. Yeah, we do think he'd be better as a 10, really, for his attributes, especially his close ball control, right? He seems to get lost a bit on the flank, doesn't it? But yeah, no, just once again, this is down to the lack of depth we got in the squad, Chris. And it is frustrating because this then leans into what we've been talking about for a while of going for a different formation.
Yeah. We did yesterday lunchtime. It was a very quick one because she's actually gone down today, has Kate. So she probably won't be able to send me a pre-match thing through because she's, going down with friends and what have you. So fair enough to her. But she actually went and said, right, I've had enough of this. And she picked 3-4-3.
Yeah.
Which meant then that I had to play devil's advocate and go 4-2-3-1. One of us has to go with the formation that we know that he would have gone for, which is 4-2-3-1, but pick the players for it. Look, I would have gone 3-5-2. You know,
yeah,
me, I've done that thing, but one of us had to go for 4-2-3-1, and she has first picks. This is the team, and I suppose sometimes, yeah, I know what you mean, Gary. It has felt like it. I'm only 21, you know. This one season's aged me.
I've got more greys in my beard now than when I started the season with.
Definitely. And probably you could argue that this isn't the game to maybe make a lot of changes and try something. But this was my starting 11 based on the 4-2-3-1. So I had gone Bekovic in goal, funnily enough. I did stick a Luco in.
Yeah, I quite like it. I like a Luca because he carries the ball really confidently, and he's also got pace to him and strength. Yeah,
Ricardo's got 4 games left with us. He's not doing it. Lascelles and Vestergaard and Thomas we've got to go for, unfortunately. I've kept Skip in there, and I've actually made him captain because I think he's one of the few that is there that can probably do it. I have put a Rebo in because
interesting.
Let's try that. I've dropped Fatu and Mavididi because, quite honestly, I'm just fed up with them. They don't do anything. The odd wonder goal from Fatu, but when was the last time we got one of those? Mavididi, like you said before, he's not, doing anything, assist-wise even. And I've got Monga in that number 10. Now, I brought in Silko on the left and Martial on the right. I liked Martial going back a couple of seasons ago in a pre-season friendly. What have we got to lose? It used to be him or McAteer on the wing. What have we got to lose? Can he do any worse than Fatu? I don't think he can.
No.
Monga, let's just let him loose. Now, I have put Richards up front because, again, he's a striker. And unlike our 2 strikers, he can score goals. I would prefer to see either Hutchins. Is it Hutchinson or Hutchins?
Yeah, Hutchinson, yeah.
Hutchinson. Or that Otishe or something, I think it is, that's got 15. I'd love to see one of those, but they're not. They weren't up on my app, so I couldn't bring them in. So that, I don't know. What do you think? What do you think of that? Or is it the wrong game to try that?
I think the problem is, mate, is that we've not made these decisions early enough, have we? I mean, how many times in a watch-along have I, going back with them into Christmas, said we've got to get these players now on the bench and start bringing them off the bench so we can consider them for first-team selection? I think the problem is now it's too late. I think we've stuck with this plan and the ship has been sinking and we failed to get the lifeboats out and make a change early enough. I don't think Marcel or Thomas are probably going to be the difference makers now. Maybe Silko, he has got it in him, but Marcel didn't look very good in pre-season for me either, and he looks a little bit like he's lost. So I don't know. I like Richards up top. I do. I agree with you. I think he's a bit more physical. I think ultimately one thing we've lacked in this team is height. Even Gary Rowett has talked about it. And when you chuck a ball into the box, if you haven't got height, you've got to be good at winning a second ball off the back of it.
He's 6'2".
Exactly. That's why I think he's had to feature more than what he has, So, I'd agree with that. But I think once again, that's just a poor decision from the club not to include him, really.
Yeah. Look, Stephen knows what he's talking about.
I do like it. I do like it. I think we want the refreshment, don't we, or something new?
Well, my main thought behind this was Fatawu and LTiDtv have done fuck all, so they've gone. Put Monga in his position. Yes, he's small, but that will piss off their defenders, and they're going to end up bringing him down and maybe giving us a penalty. Then, and I'm thinking the Lucos, the Marchells, the Thomas, the other S. Thomas, what they're going to give you is hunger.
You'd hope so.
You would hope so, yes. Yeah. But I haven't seen a youngster that's come on. And yes, I was a bit disappointed with, was it Luco that got sent off, wasn't it? I was a bit annoyed at that. But, what you get from them is they'll try. They won't do what bloody Winks is doing, playing down his, even Ricardo, playing down his contract. So that's the main reason that I've gone for that, if I'm honest with you.
It's difficult because I've lost my faith with like the club spending all this money on this training ground. It doesn't seem like the progression from the under-21s into the first team is particularly solid. It feels very much like you either go above and beyond 100 times over and be a KDH, or if anyone else could make it, like say Calvin Bassey for one, they generally get left to the side, don't they?
They do. And like I always say, Wayne Rooney would still have not broken into the Leicester team even now. Let's have a look what else we got up. Early the season, Ramsey, do you remember him? We're still paying for him.
Mate, I've been wanting him to come back, so I'm thinking he could be the only bit of new life we could bring into this. He's obviously got quality, but he's made of glass again.
Yeah. But then again, if he hadn't been made of glass, we probably wouldn't have got him.
No, I think he'd be my ideal person to put back in the 10 role right now.
Oh, don't get me wrong. If he was fit, I would have had him in there. If James had been fit, I'd have had him in there.
I'd have James instead of Winks.
Yeah, I'd have James instead of Winks and Chowdhury. I think on his own, he's more than them two. Unfortunately,
just one to Richard there. Yeah, he did choose to leave, but I think that shows you part of the problem. Why would you choose to leave? I think a lot of other youngsters might choose to leave. I mean, what's the young lad Motzi right now? He's 15, hasn't signed a pro deal, got a lot of big clubs sniffing around him. He might be the next one to go.
Yeah. Would you want to stay at this club?
I wouldn't, looking at how the first team's been. If I was in that academy, I bet. I mean, talk about Sammy Braybrook, right? I mean, he wanted to go out and play first team football consistently. I think he kind of probably went, well, I'll probably be better off maybe going here and playing football, And you can, I mean, you got to look at it like that sometimes, haven't you?
You have 100%, and also when you look, for me, I just think if I was, for example, Silko Thomas, why would I stay at the club? So you put me in, and now you just cast me aside.
Yeah, exactly. Did you hear about the Alex Smithies thing this week? Or Alex Smithies post on LinkedIn about his meeting with a certain director of football at Leicester and how that panned out?
Yeah, do explain it. I'm just going to open my blinds, but do explain it for the watching public.
Yeah, no worries. Well, I wrote down a few bits for it, actually. But basically, he went into the meeting with Leicester's director of football, Alex Smithies. Obviously, he was our third choice backup goalkeeper. And he sat down at the table, and the only thing really said was, well, how much do you want? And he sort of related it back that there was no real empathy or conversation element to it, not like, that connection you need. And ironically, Chris, that is the connection I think Kunvishai brought to the team, which actually made us so successful. And that seems now to be completely lacking. We've had other players like Shane Flynn, who used to be an academy player, do interviews this season talking about his experience. And it seems to be a trend that is coming up all the time. And and it's quite worrying this. Maybe it is modern football, because not just Leicester become a bit like this, and maybe that's a sad thing to admit. But it stings more, like I said, knowing we were a club that was a bit more compassionate to players, and then we sort of treated them as human beings rather than numbers on a spreadsheet.
What was he going in the office for?
To negotiate a new deal potentially.
Oh right, okay, yeah. I mean, yeah. Well, I suppose at the end, I mean, I'm old enough to remember. And look, I know football is different to the real world. It doesn't compare. But when I started out in work, you'd open the paper, you'd go to the job section, there'd be 4 or 5 pages of jobs, and it would give you the wage. It would tell you what the wage was, or even on target if it was like a sales job that you could earn commission on. It still give you on target. Then bit by bit, I mean, they started to disappear, and they wouldn't put the wage in. And I'm thinking, well, why am I going to? You go for the interview, and you're thinking like, okay, so any questions? Yes. What's the wage? Well, that all depends on your experience. Well, you got my CV. What are you going to pay? And they don't want to commit because they might get somebody cheaper.
That's right, exactly. The world has changed in that, hasn't it? But, you think actually with footballers, and we're talking about players that have left the club from the academy, right, and probably wanted to go somewhere else. It is really important that players coming to this club and choosing Leicester City, especially youngsters, feel like they're going to have a good relationship and a good chance of progression, especially when it's a competitive market and the Man Cities and the Liverpools will just snap anyone up because they might as well, and then they take the talent away from other people.
I said a long time ago, and we disagreed, me and Craig, on this, but I said that Seagrave's just a big white elephant.
I think it's soulless, and that's part of the problem. The club's been soulless. This club had soul before, Chris, which is why everyone sort of fell in love with us from an outsider's perspective as well. And, probably a big part of the reason we achieved what we did. And I think the empty sort of soulless corridors of Seagrave have helped create the wrong sort of atmosphere. There's no doubt.
But do you not think when I'm saying that is when all these youngsters that they're supposed to be producing, and where are they?
Yeah, well, exactly. A lot of them don't translate, do they? I mean, we look back, we had like Chilwell, we wasn't even at Seagrave. Then you got KDH, probably wasn't mostly at Seagrave either. Harvey Barnes. I can think of no more we've sold for massive money. I think that's it.
So, talk me. What about the subs bench?
Oh, the subs bench. I mean, do we have to talk about it? I mean, there's no one on there. I mean, Aluko being on there gives me a bit of hope. But we obviously hope we don't get a centre-back problem because I don't think Suter's probably necessarily fully fit himself. I mean, it's a dangerous one, isn't it? I mean, the only thing I will say is, look, and I know we don't like it, but AU has had that moment against Sheffield Wednesday. He's probably better served as a sub and maybe he can come on and do something. And Mukasa perhaps is better suited in the sub role because when he seems to be starting games, he seems to disappear a little bit, doesn't he?
I mean, all I would say is if we do have a problem at centre-back, put Skip there.
Yeah, I think Skip's shown he can utility sort of go to left back, can't he, and do it okay. I mean, but this shows you where it is, right? Because like a lot of us have been saying, look, chuck Vestergaard up front. That shows you just how bad the situation is. Because really, we shouldn't have to think like that, but we are so desperate to get something and maybe a bit of physicality up top. We're all going, well, let's just chuck Vestergaard up there because we've got no other choice.
Yeah. Look, there's the form table, or the recent, not the form table, sorry, the recent form. And Portsmouth, again, everybody down the bottom seems to have started to turn it round, apart from us.
That's right. They're unbeaten in the last 4 games. There's 2 draws into 2 wins. And to make matters even worse for us, they've been unbeaten against us in the last 5 games, Chris. They've won 2 and drawn 3.
Right. I tend to sort of, because I used to bring those stats up as well. So the thing is, like, a couple of those games were probably about 10 years ago.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Because of where the projectile of the 2 teams. Although I can remember the time Harry Redknapp was at Portsmouth and they went up as champions and we went up in second.
Yeah, we beat them in one of those games, if not both of them, didn't we? But they just did better generally throughout the season. I think we beat them at Fratton Park, didn't we?
Yeah. Although when they did lose to Queen's Park Rangers, they conceded 6.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the interesting thing about this, isn't it? And this is what's happened to a lot of the clubs down there. They've taken an utter hammering from someone. And we have as well, especially against QPR this year, been brilliant every time they've played us. It's the reaction to that. We have shown a very, very lack of a reaction to all these things happening to us. And once again, Chris, it comes down to energy. The only reason this Portsmouth team beat Ipswich was because of the energy they applied to the game.
Yeah. Here's a team comparison. So looking at Portsmouth, their strengths is attacking set pieces, aerial duels, and protecting the lead. I wouldn't know what that's like. We never get into the lead hardly, do we? Apparently, our strength is creating long shot opportunities, and the problem is we create the opportunities. We just don't fucking do anything when we've created it.
It's a 10% conversion rate for Fatu, under 10%. So I don't think that's true.
Although when you look at how many shots we do take from outside the box, I don't know. Stealing the ball from the opposition, apparently.
Didn't do that against Swansea when we needed to.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. But again, we had lots of shots against Swansea, most of them from outside the box, and none of them were on target. So their weakness is finishing scoring chances, defending against through ball attacks, defending counter attacks, and defending against long shots. Oh, well, maybe that's why Winks is in the team then. Now, put your feet up, because here comes Leicester's weaknesses. If anybody wants to go off to the toilet now, you've got time. Avoiding fouling in dangerous areas. Oh, fucking hell, we have done that so often. Defending set pieces, defending against attacks down the wings, aerial duels, avoiding individual areas. They're all weak, and then we're very weak. Defending against skillful players and protecting the lead.
Challenging for second ball should be on there as well. We don't do that.
I don't think we had the space to do it. Apparently, our style of play, we play with width, yeah. Take long shots, yeah. Short passes, definitely. Attacking down the right. We do seem to go down the right more than the left. We don't seem to match it up. And apparently, we've got a consistent first 11. Yeah, but that first 11 is shit, no matter how consistent they are. Look, Portsmouth, they get attempt crosses, again, long balls, attacking down the left for them, play with width, non-aggressive, and opponents play aggressively against them. So that's that. I'm going to go off and get myself a cider ready, and I'll let you talk about that lot.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, time to get those ciders out, guys. It's past midday now, so crack on. We might need it today. Eh? So Portsmouth, interesting with Portsmouth, when we talk about tactics, because usually we come up against teams that like to mix it up a bit. Portsmouth are very much like us. It's a 4-2-3-1. That's generally what they've stuck to all season. They've got two changes coming into this one, obviously after a great win against Ipswich on Tuesday night, where they won 2-0. The changes are going to be Segic is out, as is Swift. They both dropped to the bench. So the goalkeeper is going to be Smith today. They've got Devlin in at right back, who just this week won their Player of the Season award and also won Players Player of the Season and Goal of the Season. Cost them £70,000. He's actually an attacking midfielder, slotting in there at right back, which shows you what sort of qualities he's had for them this season. So well done to him. Two centre backs in Poole and Shaughnessy. Left back will be number 2, Williams. They obviously haven't put it in the correct order on the screen. Then they got midfielder 2 in the centre of Pack and Dazelle. Pack being their captain, as you can see on screen there. Coming in on the right today is going to be Keshi Anderson, who they got on a free transfer from Birmingham. Ironically, maybe he's someone we should have looked at because he came in and scored on his debut a few games ago, and he's a pretty handy sort of player for them, and it's good to have that as an option for them. Attacking midfield centre, it's Chaplin, who is obviously someone that is a very talented attacking midfield central player. Comes in instead of Swift today. So that is, they've got a lot of depth there. You think we've been struggling in those positions in the number 10 role in particular. On the left side, they've got Ali, who's on loan from Luton Town. He's got a lot of pace to his game. Probably not a lot of finesse, but a lot of pace. Pretty good at that. And up top is their man Bishop. So they've obviously got a pretty solid team out there. There is the fact they've obviously played a game a bit later than us this week on the Tuesday, and then they're coming into this, so that explains the two changes. And like a lot of the Portsmouth fans are saying in the chat, welcome along, guys. You're probably going to get a nice 3 points today. They have got back on the bench today Abu Adams and their main man Josh Murphy, who has been really at the start of the season was really their talisman, and unfortunately for them, he's been a bit of their Aaron Ramsey, and now he's been made of glass a little bit, had a lot of heavy injuries. So him back on the bench will give them a boost today. Also on the bench, they got Bursick, goalkeeper, Bauer and Dia, centre-back options. Blair and Adams, like I said, is Segic, who can go on the right side or in the attacking midfield central role. Swift, who can also go in the centre role as a 10. And a lonely striker from Luton Town, Mr. Brown. What's his first name? I've got it written down here. Jacob Brown. There you go, guys. So, yeah, I mean, Portsmouth unbeaten in 4 games now coming into this one. Pretty strong team out there. I think as Leicester fans, we're looking at that team and going, I wouldn't mind 1 or 2 of those players on there. Thank you very much for that help there, my Portsmouth fan friend. Barrett can play out on the left as well. I thought he could. Yeah, I thought he was a centre-back. He can also play left-back, can't he? So they've also got a lot of options there on the bench, which is concerning when you think we haven't got a lot that maybe we can bring on. But, so a strong lineup for them today. I'm expecting a very difficult game today, guys. I mean, when you've seen 42 games where you go, the thing we're lacking is fight. Yes, sometimes tactically, yeah, you could argue we could change it, but if we had that bit of fight in us, like the Oxfords have had, like the Portsmouths have had when things are getting tough, I don't think we'd even be in this position. But it's the one thing this club has substantially lacked, that fight and passion to go out there and actually get it. And if we don't turn up today and at least match that, this game is going to be probably over very, very quickly for us. So we'll see how that one goes. Chris will be back in a minute from his drink. Why don't you start getting in the chat there, guys, your score predictions? Just to quickly talk about Portsmouth's injuries, actually, as well, because this is an interesting note as well while you guys do that. They've got 8 injuries at the moment. Well, saying that, 2 of them are back on the bench today, but they have also lost Gustavo Caballero recently, who missed the Ipswich game, and he was looking a pretty handy player for them with a bit of pace and a lot of chaos bringing to his game. Other players like Krzyzewski, the midfielder, knee injury out for the season. Swanson, knee injury out for the season. Elise, who's a quad, out for the season. Uma, who's a very pacey winger, out with hamstring to the end of the season. So we're talking similar to Leicester. They've had a lot of injury problems along the way, which probably explains why Devlin has started playing at right back as well. Yeah, he is very rapid, signed from Santos on loan. What a good bit of scouting that was from Portsmouth there. So yeah, I would say, yeah, so you think the challenges they've had to face, credit to Portsmouth, because a lot of people have written them off after that 6-1 hammering they took against QPR, I believe. But since then, they've really got together and done a fantastic job. And we've got to hope today that maybe they're not at their best when there'll be a sold-out Fratton Park behind them, which makes it even more concerning for us. We have got a sold-out away end today, which is saying something. Well done to everyone that's gone down for it, because obviously I think we completely understand if people didn't want to. And yes, get those predictions in. I can't change the slide over here because Chris isn't back yet. I'm sure he'll be back in a minute. Here he is. He's doing it forward behind the scenes as he nails his first can of cider here, guys. I'll talk about mine where you get yours in the chat. Head versus heart decision, isn't it? I mean, when you've seen 42 games of one way, one direction, very slow pedestrian football at times where you need a bit of bite, you do look at this game and go, Portsmouth might want to make a statement. We've conceded 6 at Fratton Park before, haven't we? I know it's been a prediction in the chat, I'm pretty sure, from Jeff, especially in the prediction league. I'm going to go for a 4-0 to Portsmouth, unfortunately. And I look a terrible fan. Look, if the team do surprise us and manage to go out today and somehow manage to, thank you for that, Chris, show that fight and passion we've lacked for 42 games this season, perhaps it will be okay. But I'm going to go with 4-0. Question here from Tim Fennis. Can I ask, are Leicester fans blind to their potential due to the position they're in? You've got quality in the squad, we want to win. But I think the problem is what we've been talking about a lot through the watch-along, mate, and that is that we have, in theory, got quality on paper. This is not the worst squad we've been relegated with historically. The fact is all those other squads always fought, so they always had a bit of passion. They had some acceleration to their game. They'd win second balls. This group has failed to do that. Ever since, especially, Chris, I'd say, since the Southampton defeat, where we had a good first half, and after the second half, they sort of dropped their, they sort of went, we've done it, and then didn't have any fight back to what was a 4-3 loss.
And we've just had nothing this season, but no, I mean, I don't. As I say, I've gone 2-0 to Portsmouth.
You've gone 2-0.
They've just said how City can get their fate back in their own hands. It's not in their hands at the moment, but they can wrestle it back today. If they beat Portsmouth and Oxford lose to Derby, then they will move back to 22nd. From there, if they win against both Hull and Millwall, they'll go to Blackburn on the final day, still able to overtake Rovers. Rovers have played the game more than anybody else. For some, I don't know how these things have been working out, to be honest with you. But, should
we have a look? So I was going to say, should we have a look through what everyone else has put as their predictions here?
Yeah, you do that just while I'm...
You sort yourself out. So I think Gray's the first one here. Pompey 2, Tom 1. Thank you, mate. I guess you mean Leicester 1, but I'll take that. Keith, Pompey 2-1. Nate 1-1, late equaliser for Portsmouth. Chilly Smith, good to see you, mate. 4-2 to Portsmouth. Clibbo, City 2-1 win. Well done, mate. Do you know what's funny, though, Chris? Just a quickly side note. I mean, I'd take now going to the final day because we might as well stretch it out for a couple more weeks and just extend the pain, mightn't we? But I would take it right now if it was offered. Reese has gone 3-0 to Pompey. Armchair, good to see you, mate. 0-0. Rowett doesn't know how to set up a team to win a game. I'm pretty sure we haven't got a team to set up either, mate. Banana 3, is that Banana? No, Bannon 61. My apologies, mate. 3-1 to
I called him Banana first off. Yeah.
Sorry, mate. 3-1 to Pompey.
Actually Dave's cousin who used to obviously be on the channel. But it's a different name. But I recognise the picture.
Yeah, my apologies if I missed anyone on you. Oh, Brad's in. All right, Brad. If I've missed you, please put it back in. I'll get you up. Pompey 4-0, £2 on it, and a cheeky £1 DAC of the score. Yeah, I got, was it 9-1 on a 3-goal swing here, Brad? So I'm pretty sure thinking similar territory to you, mate.
But anyway, do you need to pop off and?
Yeah, just give me a minute here, because obviously I've got to get two things up and running here. I mean, and the only downside as well is last week everything couldn't have gone any worse for us. Reports of getting the last minute winner against Middlesbrough, could it?
Well,
So
it had gone. We'd been managing to keep it right for the weeks before that, and we dropped points, so did everybody else. So it had to at some point come back and bite us on the bum, didn't it?
It did, mate. Let's hope today Derby can do us a favour, but they don't like us very much, so who knows?
No, indeed. All right, buddy. See you in a bit. So, just reading here, Rowett has said he is willing to lose some polish in favour of bringing in an extra level of toughness. It feels like he's done that by bringing Chowdhury into the team. It's very rare that he starts in midfield these days, having been converted to a right back by Maresca. It'll be interesting to see if he sits deep alongside Winks or is allowed to press forward and show his aggression further up the pitch. What did everybody else think about Chowdhury after the match at the weekend? I've heard, reports that he was being sarcastic and tugging his shirt in sarcasm. I don't know. I mean, Jeff, how you doing? We have 3 games in 7 days. Potentially we could have 50 points. What are the chances? None. And interesting, for about the last 3 or 4 games, Leicester haven't even done their own. I'm on the Leicester channel at the moment, and it's showing Pompey and Portsmouth's link. So what does that say about Leicester? They can't even put their own link up. Interesting. Anybody watching it on Fox's Hub? Whether that is the same or not. I think this club is just so badly run at the moment. I just hope this new guy, McCrown or whatever he's called, I just hope that he can bring some sort of decision making, if you like, some sort of backbone to the game. Right, let me just upload. Talk amongst yourselves for a few minutes. Just need to get the video. They're just showing are they the Leicester fans? Yes, they are now. Oh, it's hard to tell. I think they're the Portsmouth fans. Of course, they're in blue, as the same as us. No, they are Portsmouth fans. So is the fat lady singing? Is she singing yet? I think she's through the first verse and about to start the chorus for me. I mean, who would have thought that Portsmouth would have gone through and beaten Middlesbrough and then Ipswich? Fair play to them, but who would have thought? A couple of pink Leicester shirts in the crowd. I think it's a full. I think we've sold out, to be honest with you, which I'm surprised at. Oh, we're in pink today, by the way, if anybody's interested. I'm going to ask Tom when he gets back to do the screen.
I'm back, Chris, quickly. Just a quick one, mate. I probably should say the Foxes Trust have released their new
I'm going to do that at full time, mate. Yeah.
No worries, mate. Right, do you want me to move me in the corner?
So that you
go in the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me find the right one here. Let me see if I can find it. I can't see it. Oh, there it is.
There you go. Brilliant, mate. Brilliant.
I'll keep us updated, guys, with all the scores. I'll keep us updated with all the scores. All right, and I'll keep us an eye on the Oxford one. All right.
Brilliant, mate. Brilliant. Nobody, and I get fed up with saying this. Look, I get pissed off when I'm watching Leicester. So if anybody puts any scores from any game in any division in any country into the chat, Gray will deal with you. He'll kick you out. If he doesn't see you and I see you first, then I ban. He kicks out, but I actually ban. I'm just fed up with saying it, and that's the same for bookings, red cards, penalties, any spoilers at all. I don't give a shit anymore because I'm in a bad mood when I watch these. I can't see us getting anything. I really can't. But like I say, when it comes to the other matches, Tom will be watching for us. There's a bit of noise at Fratton Park. I don't know what has happened to Leicester's coverage. It hasn't been there for a few weeks. Hi, Prashant. See you, Paul. Now, Pompey doing the same as we're doing. You have to pay to watch it online, and depending on the region. But I think Leicester are actually showing it. Yeah, come on, smash the lights, guys. It's free of charge. It does help us. Subscribe if you're new. Share, and don't forget, if you're on your mobile phone, give us a hype. That really does help the channel. So just waiting for the coverage to come back. We've not seen any all season Highfields. So Leicester are in pink and black. Gary Wright with Callum Davidson sat next to him. So Leicester and why are we looking at the manager when the players are on the pitch? I don't know. Here we go. So Pompey in their usual strip of blue top, white shorts and red socks, and they're kicking left to right. I don't know if that was Tom that had touched that or not, but we're all at different times. So Leicester, pink top, black shorts, black socks. Leicester kicking from right to left. Ricardo, he's shown a bit of guile there. Gets the ball into the box, but didn't quite come off. Now Winks. Winks has lost the ball. Now Portsmouth coming forward into the penalty area. Oh, it's blocked. Blocked by Lascelles. But they've still got it, Portsmouth. That was Winks losing the ball that has caused all this. And finally, LTiDtv puts it out for a throw. That was a loss of the ball by Winks. So, I tell you what, the volume of support then from Portsmouth when they went forward. You can't do much of a long run-up for a throw-in. Oh! Shot then from Portsmouth, but it hit one of their own players. And it was just a kick upfield to absolutely nobody, and it's just gone straight to their keeper. So they can come back at us now. So, ball out to this near side for Portsmouth, back into their own half. Daka really, wow. That was a really quick run from Daka. No, wasn't a free kick. Winks went down, but he didn't get the free kick, and now Portsmouth have it on the left. It's crossed into the box. Oh, that was Thomas heading it clear. Well, heading it clear, heading it behind. Andrew Williams has gone. So he's been banned. He won't know he's banned because he still thinks he's... oh, it's another corner. 2 corners and we've not got 3 minutes. That was Daka. Daka heading it behind. Yeah, I gave him one bit of banter, but then it just went on. Millwall ahead early against QPR. Interesting. They're obviously still trying to get there, still wanting second place. A lot of pushing going on in the box here. The corner on this near side for Portsmouth. 3 minutes. There's a lot of pushing and shoving. Gavin Ward is the referee. See what I noticed then? There was a Portsmouth player, I think it was Fatawu, was watching him, and then he went off and moved in towards the goal, and he just let him go it. Nobody was picking him up. And now I can see there's a few players. He's still going on. Dakota Reed. I think he's like... It was like rugby scrums then in the box. Oh, offside. That would have been another corner. Look, it's going to happen. It's going to happen at this time, isn't it? With the way things are. I've been half expecting a few Coventry fans to come in. Like I say, don't mind a bit of banter. I mean, there's a guy in earlier who was a Portsmouth fan, very respectful. We have a bit of banter with him, and that's what it should be like. So, Bekovic actually going to take the free kick long. Right-footed. Goes all the way up. Midway into the Portsmouth half, it's headed back, and then it's headed back again. But now it's going to probably go back from Vestergaard to Bekovic, who left-footed up into the air. Oh, Leicester gave it away, I think, there. They didn't have to, but it's with Lascelles now. Ricardo, back to Bekovic. They're coming at us here, Portsmouth, very, very early, very quickly, of course. And the ball goes out, and I guess that's a Portsmouth throw. Halfway inside their own half on the near side.
Had an early chance for Derby in this game, Chris. Derby playing some nice silky football, crossed the ball into the box, got deflected in front of the goalkeeper to keep it off target, but Derby looking lively here.
Indeed, we can come on, Derby. Come on, Derby.
Mm-hmm.
It's a frantic start here at Fratton Park. So Leicester have it. I keep looking at this and thinking, of course, with Pompey being in blue and us being in pink. Oh, the Vestergaard, that was more. He went to kick it up and a clear, but it was. It wasn't a very good clearance. So Portsmouth making a substitution early on. I think he's done his hamstring. It looks like Portsmouth are going to be making an early change here. Just while we're doing this, Tottenham are playing Brighton today. It's a late kickoff, 5:30. They really desperately need to win that. Didn't realise Portsmouth have been linked with Ruud van Nistelrooy. Yep, substitute there. Thank you, Statman. And then they've just said that virtually his season over now. The poor Portsmouth player looked like it was a hamstring. So we'll see whether that throws them up into disarray at all. That was offside. Oh, no, it's not offside. It was a push by the Portsmouth player. It was the right back their left winger that has of the three, because they've gone 4-2-3-1 as well, Portsmouth, and it's the left of the three that has gone off. And LTiDtv gives a foul away when he probably didn't really need to. Not quite made it yet. I'm still on my coffee. Headed clear by Vestergaard. It's head tennis at the moment. Takova Reed on the far side keeps it in. Cross! Oh! I think Leicester are calling for a penalty, but it's a free kick now that further up the field gone the other way. Let's have a look. It's a good cross by Fatawu. Daka taken out. That was a penalty. So that was a penalty shout. So, sun comes out of Fratton Park, won back by Portsmouth. It's gone out for a Portsmouth throw. He had his leg. The Portsmouth player had his leg between Daka's legs. I think maybe Daka possibly made too much of it. It's a frantic start from both sides here.
Quick update from Derby for you, Chris. It's all Derby. It's a typical Oxford United game. They're sat back. Derby are playing some nice, incisive football. Just had another one blocked in front of the goalkeeper there for Derby's second attempt on goal. But pretty physical game in the middle of the pitch as well. Still 0-0.
Well, yeah, quick one. Was that a penalty?
Oh, yeah, 100%, because he came through his legs and touched the ball. Yeah, he should have been a penalty.
Yeah. Oh, and it's cleared. No, it's not cleared yet. Now what's happened? It's a couple of players down holding their heads. Thought he'd blown for a penalty then. The 12 minutes gone, 0-0 is the score. Not many other scores because obviously we've got the early kickoff, which I keep forgetting. Thomas was in there as well. It's frantic. It is frantic, I've got to say. I'm not filled with confidence here. We should have had a penalty. Oh, Begovic played for Pompey. Can we get to 50 likes, guys? We do try to get to 50 likes. It is free, doesn't cost you anything, and it really helps the channel. So Begovic, none of this messing about, kicking it up. Well,
Oxford just had their first chance, Chris, on the counter-attack. There was a bit of grappling in the box, but once he got past the defender, it went out for a goal kick. But first little bit of action from Oxford on a counter.
Interesting.
Yeah, typical game. Typical game. My pleasure, mate. Typical game for Oxford, this.
Yeah. Foxes never quit. Yes, we do. We quit at the start of the season if we haven't got any better. Oh, Mavididi, that was an effort to get through. Ftaru now. Oh, Mavididi tried to do too much again. And the free kick's been fucking given. Mavididi running towards the goal, thinks, no, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to come back and run backwards away from their goal. There's another Portsmouth player down. I mean, they have had an extra game, don't forget, Portsmouth. So they're really in the wars here, Portsmouth. What I do like Fratton Park. It's like one of the old style Millwall 2 QPR, Neil. They are really going for it. That's Neggy, 17 minutes. Looks like he's up. He's looking a little bit so Portsmouth another substitution. Millwall up to second, but they've got played 2 games more than Ipswich. So 2 subs. I think they can only make 1 more this half. So Portsmouth playing it across the back here. So the 2 players that have actually gone off. Portsmouth coming forward. Daka went in there and cut it out. Leicester got a player down now. Marcel's and Vestergaard playing it around the back. So number 37 was their left winger, and number 24 was their right back. They both had to go off. That's a free kick to Portsmouth after 18 minutes.
Derby have another good spell here, Chris. It looks like Derby are up for this today, to be fair. They look like they're trying to dominate this game a little bit now, so it's hopefully going to be a goal in a minute, but it's still 0-0.
Have they got anything to play for? Oh, yes, they have.
Yeah, they're looking fired up. They're playing with good energy.
Yeah, they're 4 points behind Hull in 6th, but obviously a win would take them a point behind. Oh, no, because they've already added the point on. So it would take them 2 points behind, but it does make Hull catchable, of course.
It does, mate. It does. I'll keep you updated, guys. But so far, hopefully, Derby will get one in a minute.
Cheers, buddy. Now what's happening? 3 stop start. I wonder if it's hit this lady in the face. Yeah, not sure what happened there, but it looked like the lady was holding a nose. They got stewards all around it.
Yeah, she's got hit in the face by the football, Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah, poor woman.
So a shot from Pompey there, and it split between the goal and the corner flag. That's how wide it was. I hope that lady's all right. It is a very compact stadium. If I say that there's no carpet going around the edge, that's how compact it is. Because most grounds seem to have this carpet now, don't they? Bekovic puts his hand up, walks back to the goal. The ball's on the 6-yard box, forward, right-footed. It's a long ball forward again. And now it's a volley forward. Oh, the goalkeeper's going to come out and get it. Bekovic, yeah, he is. Goal kicks are going long goal kicks. So, again, when we get it, oh. Free kick to Portsmouth. Looks like he got, well, they're saying here he got elbowed on the back of his head.
Yeah, counter-attack from Derby, Chris. It's Derby 1, Oxford 0. Oxford had a corner. They've broken away with a high line there for Oxford, and they've got through. Nice little pass, and then slammed into the bottom right corner of the net. Derby lead.
Hayden, I'm sorry, you are out of here.
Yeah, slightly before me, bud, unfortunately, there. I just saw it.
Well, no, you shouldn't be doing it anyway. They don't. They're thick, Gray. That's what it is. I've kicked him. I mean, is it a thing that, oh, you football fan, you must be thick? I don't know. I don't get it. It's not like these watch-alongs are new. We've been doing them for years, and that's all channels. Head ping-pong at the moment. So they're having to go all the way back to the keeper. Daka tries to close him down, but it did force him to make a bit of an error, but Portsmouth have managed to come away with it. But the ball paid to infield to a Leicester player. Leicester have it in the centre circle now. You might have kicked him out longer. Did you give him a 24-hour one, Gray? Leicester giving the ball away again. And Pompey break. Oh. Matchday doing defensive work there. Puts it out, but it's a throw-in for Portsmouth. Not too far from the corner flag. So it's a throw-in to see how this is going to go. Almost quite close to the corner, probably about 6-7 yards out. See, when he does do that, he's leaning against the Portsmouth now. We haven't got the ball away. It comes across. Oh, and it's on the top of the net. Wow. I mean, it's interesting there. The Portsmouth commentators are looking on the Derby score as a good result as well so far for them. No, I don't think they need to go to Specsavers, Carl. I think they've all had a lobotomy. Did you kick him as well, Gray, or was it just me?
I think yeah, just a quick update. Oxford have obviously come back pretty strong. They had a couple of corners there where Derby have once again had a good counter-attack in them. Derby are playing some good stuff, mate. They're using a lot of width in this game to try and play around Oxford. And yeah, they're holding on. So Oxford are going to have to open this up a bit more. Still 1-0.
Interestingly, Portsmouth are happy with the result as well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because it's going to benefit them to keep Oxford out of the way as well, isn't it?
Exactly. 0-0 here, though. 25 minutes gone. Probably because he knew he was on telly, pressure. So it's Thomas with a long throw. Portsmouth fans waving Just a long throw as well. But first and second header won by... And we give it back to them. Oh. Oh, Leicester. But there's no cohesion. Free kick to Pompey. The Portsmouth commentator just said all those Leicester players, they don't like running back. Chargers now at left back. Now can Leicester break? 3-on-3. Oh, a lovely ball through from Daka. Oh, Fatoru, you fucking wanker! I mean, can Ricardo get past? Oh, it's a corner. Often, well, Coventry doing well there to win it. But Fataru, then it was such a fucking beautiful ball from Daka. And Fataru here. Oh, just a fucking hell. It was awful. So it's a corner. First corner for Leicester after 28 minutes. We've got the big guns up. Lascelles and Vestergaard. I can't see who's on corners at the moment. Again, more telling off for pushing in the box. So it's a corner. Two hands are up in the air. Left footed in, but it's headed clear. No. Good defending by Ricardo there. It wasn't. It was a hard, good cross in there. So long ball. Daka. Oh. But he ran it out of play, unfortunately, Daka. You can see Jordan James sat there biting his nails behind Callum Davidson. Well, he's doing a bit of pace. It's going to be a goal kick from off the ground for Portsmouth. Right-footed, so long one up. Neither of these teams at the moment playing out from the back. But Portsmouth get the lucky header there. Oh. Thomas did his job well there, marking the striker. He went round Thomas, but Thomas stuck with him well, in fairness. He managed to get back, Thomas. And then I think it was Lascelles got in the way. It was 2 Leicester, 1 Portsmouth. Nobody knew where the ball was. It broke for Pompey. And Lascelles managed to clear it. Well, it came off him, rather. But in fair play to Ricardo, kept the ball in play, but he's given it away. But yeah, Luke Thomas doing all right there. Half an hour gone, 0-0. At the moment, it's 50% on the possession. And it's the ball goes all the way through to Bekovic. Our XG slightly better. We've had 4 shots to their none. Oh, couldn't have got it through then to Daka. It's a lovely move by Leicester, but just couldn't get the ball through. Ball's lifted over. Daka again. Just manages to get it to Fatua, who comes inside. Oh, it was a low shot this time from Fatua, and it's come off for another corner for Leicester. Cheers, Gray. Yeah, Fatua trying one on the ground that time. First corner. It's high left-footed, but Thomas Lascelles right-footed into the box. Oh, and he goes all the way through and out. Yeah, Lascelles not a bad delivery at all into the box. It's still 0-0. Leicester probably on top at the moment. Starting to look dangerous when they do break. Throw in just inside Leicester's half on the far side to Portsmouth. It is still pretty frantic. Oh, this is a nice move from Leicester. Oh, Thomas didn't really control, but it wasn't the best of balls from Decover-Reid. And that's a free kick. He's got the free kick, Decover-Reid. Let's have a look. Oh, yes. Yeah, that was a free kick. So Vestergaard plays it all the way across to Fatua. It was a good ball, obviously coming from Vestergaard. Fatua cuts inside. Oh, to Mavididi. Decover-Reid tried to. It was a nice little short touch to Decover-Reid. Couldn't get the cross in there. It comes out for another Leicester corner. Number 5 for Portsmouth is called Paul. That's very handy. So it's another Leicester corner. It's a long Oh. What was I don't know again what Dakova Reed was doing there. Yes, as I just said on the report, whatever it was, wasn't very good. 0-0. There's going to be lots of stoppage time. It's about 9 minutes of the half, but then there's going to be a lot of stoppage time. It seems weird when we kick off early that there's not many. They do look good when they. Oh. The commentators just got Leicester and Coventry mixed up. I wish. But we got away with that one. And there's the Leicester player down. Fatawu accused of faking an injury here. So, can Leicester take advantage of Oxford being a goal down at Derby? He's been told to get off quicker as Fatawu. I didn't know what was chucked to him then. Oh, it's his boot. He hasn't got his boot on. Well, he's off the field at the moment, putting his boot on, and Portsmouth have it on this near side. So they are just playing keepy ball at the moment from one side of the pitch to the other, to the far side across the back line, but they can come forward pretty much unopposed there. Over halfway down the pitch, so it's in the Leicester half, in the centre now, and now it comes out to this near side. Now they're playing it back. They're not. They're waiting. They're being patient, Pompey. They're being patient. And it goes all the way back to the goalkeeper. So a good break there for Portsmouth, and they lose it by going all the way back to the goalkeeper. Oh, now Portsmouth come away again. Oh, themselves with a good header out. Leicester players are going down very easily. Dakova Reed. So it's to Thomas, who plays it back to Vestergaard. Goes across to Lascelles, and it's back with the defender. It goes back to Vestergaard, and back to Thomas. Left-footed, long and up. Nobody there. Just paid it straight to a Portsmouth player. There wasn't even a Leicester player in the same postcode. So Portsmouth now kind of let them back into it a little bit here. Oh, well done, Thomas. Well done, Thomas. Oh, they fell over then.
Had another chance for Derby at Pride Park, Chris. There was a set piece that came in, a free kick, just inside the penalty area, and it was headed across and it went wide of the goal. But it looks a very good game. There's a lot of space for both teams to play into here, and it's still 1-0 to Derby.
Come on, Derby.
We never thought we'd say that, but they're doing us a favour. Cheers, lads.
Now, Pompey have the ball coming forward on the far side, from one side of the pitch to the other. Last 5 minutes of normal time. There will be quite a bit of stoppage time to be added on, because, of course, they've had 2 injuries. Oh, and it's a ball. I'd call a Winks attempt there. A daisy cutter. Bending, but bending the wrong way away from the goal and out. So Bekovic with a long kick upfield again. It's good to see that, but every kick that he does goes to a Pompey player, which I suppose would be the argument for not doing that. But at least when we lose it, oh, hang on. Oh, Chowdhury, good defending there. Got to say, take it back about Chowdhury. That was good defending there.
I'll just quickly say, Chris, thanks to James Byrne. He's become a YouTube member in the last 2 minutes. So thank you very much, bud. Welcome.
James, sorry I didn't see that. Yeah, very well done, James. Thank you. We really do appreciate that. Thank you very much. $1.99 a month to become a member. Just helps the channel go. I mean, it's 400 odd pounds, 420 quid just for StreamYard before I have to pay to have all the artwork done. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much, James. It's going to be probably, I'd say, 6 or 7 minutes stoppage time. Oh, now can Leicester break away now just before half time? I hate this just before. Oh, fuck off, Fatawu! I mean, what was the point? Jay, appreciate that, mate. Thank you. Now, ball's over. There's a lovely ball over the top to Fatawu. And it's a corner. That was a lovely move by Leicester. There are some lovely moves from Leicester when we do break. There they go. He's got nobody on him. Left foot comes in low. Oh. Now it's... Oh, Fatawu there. Good defending. He came back. That was a breakaway from a Leicester corner. It's not telling me how long, how many minutes. 6 minutes. I was right. Thank you, Tom. It hadn't come up on my screen. I said 6, didn't I? Hate to say I told you so, but you know what? I told you so.
You did, mate. It's half time at Pride Park. It's Derby 1, Oxford 0. Burnell with the only goal on 22 minutes. But good game there. Very open, mate.
Oh, I tell you what, mate. We're putting some good moves together, but it's that final ball again. We just shit with it.
Yeah, Fatu's been a bit wasteful, hasn't he, with his final ball so far? I mean, we haven't really had that main chance, yeah.
As normal, I would say.
Yeah, it's good they've raised it in the last 5 minutes, though, because I was getting concerned with the energy levels at Portsmouth for getting on top of us a bit. No, anyway, leave it to you the half time.
This is the time I hate when it's Leicester.
Yeah,
in these last few minutes, and we lose the
exactly.
ball again.
Yeah, I'll leave you to it to half time, bud.
Okay, buddy. Is that out? And it's a Leicester throw on the near side from a very high and hopeful long ball. It is a very tight ground, this. Good old-fashioned stadium, in fairness. Yeah, we'll always support the team, but it's funny, like I've always said, when it was the Great Escape year, and we went on that long run, bottom of the league longer than any other team. An awful throw in there from Luke Thomas. You couldn't fault the team because they were fighting, they were putting the effort in. And I think that's all that we asked for. But you just don't see that with this team. Anyway, so the throw-in was wasted. It's now a throw-in for Portsmouth. It's all long balls here. That's a Leicester throw. But can he do better with this throw-in this time? That's another throw-in to Leicester. Dakova Reid. It was never going to score from there, unfortunately. It was a lovely. He broke away, pulled back slightly, but there was no. Well, in fairness, I can't say that. I can't blame the fact that there was nobody up because it wasn't one of those where it wasn't planned. He managed to get it out across, but the goalkeeper just picked it up. Yeah, Jay. Yeah, totally. I remember, like I say, 7.5, 8 hours return journeys to go and watch them that season. I had a season ticket, and then a 3.5 hour journey home after the match, having lost. But it did make staying up even more enjoyable. Leicester again, it's the second ball that's letting us down on a lot of occasions. And then it goes another throw. It would help if the commentators could tell the time. Maybe they've got their own time zone in Portsmouth. Chowdhury, well, now given a throw into Portsmouth. Bekovic has got it. I think will be about 15 seconds. There's a long boot upfield again. And there it is, half time. Half time, 0-0.
What do you make of it? Thank you, mate. What do you make of it then so far? I know you want to have a break in a minute, won't you?
Yeah. Rubbish. No, wasn't that. That was Morecambe and Wise, wasn't it? What do you think of it so far? Rubbish.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because their energy levels, like I felt, Portsmouth's energy got raised a bit there after Miss Senior had a word with them, and we did come back a little bit. But once again, we're lacking any sort of finesse in the final third, aren't we?
We are. It is more. I mean, they've just said then. Is Wayne coming in at half time? By the way,
I did ask him. I think he's seen it, so hopefully he'll be in a minute, mate. Yeah.
Right. Commentators have just said. Remember, these are Portsmouth commentators. You expect more from Leicester City players. They look good as individuals, but not as a team.
Yeah, I think that's it. The team element of this is very lacking, isn't it? And like Gray's rightly said there's a worry about urgency, isn't there? Because I look at the game now and go, there's nothing hurting for Portsmouth, but I think they can find more energy in them yet. Will we have something to counteract that ourselves? That's always been the concern about us turning up the volume when we needed to.
It is. Anyway, he's here. He's pretty in pink. I'll let you add him in, mate, and I'll see you for the second half.
All right, mate. I'll take you out and put him in. I'll see you in a minute. Oh. There you are, Wayne. How the devil are you, buddy? You all right?
I'm all right, mate. How are you after that first half?
Yeah, I mean, well, there's nothing hurting. I mean, but let's get into it, guys. Get your thoughts in the chats as well. I'll quickly take them off your half time, actually, Wayne, before we get into this. So obviously, we've got the Millwall top of the table clash. They're 2-0 up over QPR. Derby, the game I've been watching, which has been a very open game, but Derby are 1-0 up on that against Oxford, probably had the better chances. And of course, we're 0-0. Yeah, I mean, for me, like, it's a worry about the energy, isn't it? Because I see little sparks of it now and again, and I'm thinking, okay, at least we're matching up against Portsmouth. But it's a game, really, that either team could take by the horns now for me and go out there and really maybe get a couple of goals here. I mean, what's your initial thoughts, Wayne?
Yeah, like Gray said, you know, where's the urgency? Mediocre. I think it's even the Portsmouth stream said, you know, it's not really got going this game, has it?
No, exactly, mate. No, exactly. Jay's asked a good question there. Do I think we can stay up? Look, we got to win today. I think we can't even view it as a 4-game thing now. We've got to get a win today that hopefully can put some confidence in the group for the rest of it. But we do have concerns, mate, when we've seen 42 games where the energy's probably been lacking and not at the level it is. I mean, I said this earlier, Wayne. Would you agree with us? I think Portsmouth beat Ipswich on Tuesday because of energy, not because of quality, because of how they approached the game.
Yeah, definitely. And as you highlighted as well, they've had their significant injury problems as well this season. So it's not like something that we can use as an excuse. I mean, maybe that took it out of them. Just seems to be a lack of quality in and around the box, really, on both sides. But the one thing I am encouraged by is we're not being out-muscled by them. You know, like Lascelles and Vestergaard are doing an okay job marshalling them. And I think Chowdhury has done well in the midfield, helping to protect the back four. So, well, some of the forecasts were 4 and 6-0, weren't they? So we're ahead of the curve, Tom, probably.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, the scary thing is, mate, I'm sitting here right now and thinking the best this game might turn out to be a draw for us. But once again, that'll be a draw that's not good enough for us in the scenario we're in, right? And where is that extra level of fight and passion that Rowett has been talking about in regard to obviously going out and getting 3 points? Let's talk about a big talking point here to start this one off, mate, because it's sort of been forgotten a bit because it was so early in the game. But 10 minutes into this, we should have had a penalty, shouldn't we? What did you make of that on Daka?
100%. And every time they played, even though like you got the Portsmouth stream, the guys there, they kind of politely avoided that and talking about other parts of the game because he literally didn't see Daka coming from the side. He swung his leg. Daka came in from the side and he kicked Daka's legs. He didn't get the ball. That is a definite penalty. If that was VAR, we'd have had a penalty in that. Yeah.
I think the referee bottled it. If you look, I saw the replay from behind the referee because they showed it about 3 or 4 times, didn't they? And it looked like his first instinct was he was going to point, and he stopped himself. I think it was early in the game. Obviously, it's away from home for us. It's the home fans there. They've had a week against Oxford where they had a red card early on, which was debatable. I think some referees in this scenario don't have the bottle to make the right call, right? So I think it was a penalty. He got in ahead of him. He was quicker than him. And I think, unfortunately for us, that's something that's probably going to be overlooked by the end of this. Let's talk about Abdou Fattah a minute here, mate. So a lot of our moves have come for Fattah this half, right? And there's a little bit of frustration for me in that every time he comes forward, we're not sure what we're going to see in regard to, will the ball be overhit? Will the ball be a misplaced pass? Will it be a shot that's going to be wayward off target? I mean, how much do you think that's really suffered us this season and in this game? Because he's someone who's had the most shots and dribbles in the Championship, over 100 of each. But yeah, his finishing rate is below 10%. I mean, what would you make of the Fattah situation in this one?
Yeah, it's interesting. When he did that shot and it went right over the bar, the camera went to Kinger and he was laughing. He was laughing, saying that's typical Abdul, you know what I mean? And look, the last 10 games or so, he's been off it, hasn't he, Abdul? He's been struggling to make an impact in the game. I think he needs to feel he makes an impact in the game, and it's just not been that effective. And I think that's when he tries to do the world, doesn't he? Because he's scored a few, he's trying to do those, and they're just not coming off. In this half of the season, they've just not been coming off for him.
No, I find it remarkable, really, because he's very much he comes across, and we don't know this, but he comes across like he's a bit in it for himself. It's not really about Daka next to him. It's not really about Mavadidi. And there's been a disconnect there all season, which has no doubt led to us not getting as many goals as we should. Just to talk about Patson Daka quickly, I think he's done some good link-up play in this, actually. I think when we've had chances to break through the middle, his link-up play has been okay, actually. But what would you do? I mean, like I said, mate, right now, this game to me looks set to be a bit of a draw unless Portsmouth nick it, because it doesn't look like we're going to have enough to win this. What changes would you make right now if you were out in this situation? Because obviously the game is still there for the taking. It's 0-0. How do you win this one?
I'd like to go top to be honest. Yeah, I agree with you. I think Daka's had a really good game, actually. He's used the ball well. He's controlled the ball at certain times, which we've been crying out for him to do all season. He's definitely having one of his better games. And like I said, we should have had a penalty. So I'd keep it. We always have these conversations. How long do you keep it before you then start making changes? Because the Portsmouth stream guys were saying, well, we're okay with the draw, but Leicester aren't okay with the draw. So when will they throw the dice and gamble?
Yeah, exactly. I've talked about this year. It's volume, isn't it? Is the word I use to describe it. It's like we seem a football team that is very much set in a formation and a style, but there's no volume control to it, and I think that's the problem. There isn't an ability to twist it up when we need to. And a lot of that comes from players off the bench as well. Wayne, would you make any changes here for the second half, or would you stick pat at the moment?
I'd stick for 10 and just see whether we can. It's like Gray says, let's see what the body language is and the intensity of the plays, because you've got to go for it, haven't you? You've got to go for this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when it's there for the taking, and this has been the problem with Rowett, isn't it? And this is where my concerns come in about maybe a draw will be the best result. And about Gray, once again, great comment. We have to be cavalier. Rowett doesn't seem to be that manager. He's much more pragmatic in what he does, isn't it? So I would very much like, even if I would agree with you, maybe give it 5 to 10 minutes before making a change. I wouldn't be against actually doing it now. I know we've had a little good spell there, but I kind of think that's a statement of intent. I would like us to maybe change up the shape a bit, actually, as well.
What subs would you like to see change then, Tom?
I think we've been wasteful up the top of the pitch, but there has been enough there to make me think if we get 1 or 2 chances, maybe we'll get lucky in a minute. I would change Winks, because I just think Winks hasn't really done a lot in this game. He's kind of vanished, and that's kind of my biggest concern with him. If JJ could play 45 minutes, now's the time to get JJ on for Winks and have someone who can progress the ball, because there's going to be opportunities in that transition for me in the counter-attacking element of this game. I mean, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think Winks, 1 or 2 of his passes, he passed behind, Thomas at one stage. He's slowing the thing down. We need to progress the ball forward quicker, definitely. Because once they get set, the set, and once we're set. And both teams have not got the pace and the aggressive forward play to break down. That's why it's 0-0, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, I compare it to what I've been watching on the Derby game, and the Derby game's fascinating because Derby play a very wide shape. There's a lot of space. Their centre-backs are halfway split across the pitch each, and they're trusting that and leaving Oxford players alone. They play some nice passing, and they pass ahead of the man to run into. I wonder if our attacking play, we're passing to feet too much to Fatawu, which means then he's got to do something with it at his feet. If we actually could counter-attack through the middle quicker and down the flanks quicker, you play it in behind that defence and get a quicker chance, and you get an opportunity to strike one on goal. That's something I'd like to see us do, but it doesn't seem very much tactically something we do, does it really, Wayne? But yeah, I'm just having a quick look at my notes here, guys. Let's have a look at a few comments here. I think Gray's got a good one here. Move the ball quicker and be more aggressive.
Yeah,
Nate's
and as you said, Tom, sometimes what's to stop players running into a 10-yard gap?
Yeah.
To then start to pull the defence. It's like penetrating runs, not just line breaking passes. You can actually run in between. If you go on a football pitch, there are massive gaps to run through. People play 7-10 aside, and you're within a yard of all the other players, and you still make a forward run. So we're not aggressive enough, and I think that's one thing of the Chowdhury, isn't it? He's not an aggressive forward-thinking midfielder.
No, it makes us look quite pedestrian, doesn't it? Oh, Chris has brought himself back in. I was about to bring you in, mate. What do you think anyway, Chris, now you've had a bit of a break here?
Typical Leicester, and hi, Wayne, by the way. I can't see us winning it because I can't see us scoring.
No, I think you've got a fair point. That's the concern. We make scoring look like the hardest thing in the world. It's like I was talking about, Chris, when I compare it to the Derby game. Derby seemed to make it as easy as possible for them to score, but with their passing and their vision and what they're trying to do. We just don't seem to do that as a football team. We're a bit too pedestrian, and it encourages us then to lack volume in our play.
If this wasn't the position we are in at the moment, I can't say that I felt threatened by Portsmouth.
No. Wayne, what do you think?
When they come forward.
No, I think the one time we got caught out was when Vestergaard got sucked into going for that aerial challenge with it was Thomas Mann, and the guy got behind. But Portsmouth they've been in some really good positions actually, and they've just not quite got a pass off and got a shot off. They had a shot straight at the defender because they couldn't create the space. So, yeah, you could look at that as a positive thing that we've kind of kept the chances slim. But I think there is a lack of quality in the final third, isn't there? And we do look just disjointed when we do get to the final third. Even, as you've been saying, Tom, we still look disjointed, don't we?
Can I quickly bring up the set pieces again? I mean, the corners, they've been getting them in the box and they're nice and heightly, and up in the air. But like Vestergaard and Lascelles are in the middle of the 6-yard box. Why are you floating it to the far post for someone big to header it? And once again, it just seems little details like that. And I'm kind of like, well, why are we doing it? Wouldn't it be better off if we haven't got the height to then lay off a short corner and try and play it in like we did a few times?
Who's on corners, by the way?
I think it was Fatawu, but I couldn't quite see Chris, to be honest.
He played a beautiful whipped-in corner, actually. That had venom on it, didn't it? The one from the right.
Yeah, we need more of it, though, don't we? This is the problem. Derby are back underway here, and Oxford have got a corner, just so you know.
We are, I've got to say, just catching up with what you were saying. Yes, it was a penalty all day long and twice on a Sunday. But then again, we can't moan because, if they bring VAR back, we'd be moaning about that, wouldn't we?
There's no guarantees we'd have scored it. We've got a bad track record with penalties this year.
Yeah. Interestingly, 37 minutes. This is interesting, just to sidetrack for a bit. For this game and the last few games, you go on the Leicester City link, but you're ending up with Portsmouth, Coventry, and what have you. Now, I know that you can, Portsmouth not, but Leicester, I think you can actually watch it on Fox's if you pay for it today, wherever you are. So it'll be interesting to see whether they're on that or not. But then, they've not been on it for like weeks. And, but interestingly, 37 minutes, Fatu, are you accused of cheating an injury? That's a bit sort of, everybody does that, but they've got problems. They've lost 2 players already.
Yeah, that was a bit bitchy, I thought. Come on, be fair.
Yes, yeah. But they were saying that they can make substitutions now at half-time. That's a free gift. But they can only, if they let it go back to open to play, they've only got one more substitute slot, if you like.
Yeah, this is where I'd be a Jose Mourinho about this, of being like a bastard to say, just leave one on a few of these guys when the referee's not looking, because you might end up with 10 men against you in a minute.
Yeah. I don't get that. I just thought,
get Hamza fired up, get Hamza fired up.
No, not Hamza, because he'll go in 2-footed and get himself a straight red and head off early. So, calm it down a bit. Maybe Luke Thomas with a little nibble here or there, right?
He's not done bad, has he, in fairness, Chowdhury?
No, but I think the problem is Winks alongside him. I don't think it works to play. We've got a problem with our central midfield profile. I mean, I suggested if JJ can do 45 minutes, get him on now. But
yeah, the players are coming out. Chowdhury's still on. Man of the match so far, guys. Who's your Leicester man of the match so far?
I don't think we're in a position to say. I'd say
no. Yes, you are. It's a straight question. Don't do a starmer on me.
Probably Decordova-Reid, because actually he was the only one I saw actually running back at the similar pace to Portsmouth when they raised their level. Everyone else seemed a little bit pedestrian, so I'm going to give it for energy and Decordova-Reid.
Wayne?
Yeah, I think he's trying to whip things up and get things moving. He's talking all the time and everything. He tell he wants it. He just needs somebody else. If you had fit JJ next to him,
I would go for I'd go for Daka, to be honest with you.
Not bad, yeah. I'm going to quickly grab a break, Chris, even though the Derby game is underway. All right, so
okay,
I'll be back.
Thanks so much. See you at full time. Yeah, so they are in a bit of a mess here. We're underway. So 0-0. I apologise to Wayne. I think I cut him off there. Didn't mean to do that. So Leicester, as we may have said before, in the pink tops, black shorts, and black socks. Have we ever won in the pink? I'm not sure. Have we ever won in anything recently? Kicking from left to right now. Portsmouth, red shirts, white shorts. Sorry, blue shirts, white shorts, red socks, and then now kicking from right to left. So no changes for us at half time. So no half time changes. So not sure. Again, Leicester just booting it forward in hope more than accuracy. Oh, good cross in. Oh! Portsmouth breakaway. Ricardo Piera couldn't stop cross. And Chowdhury basically didn't tackle because he was giving a penalty away. Oh. In these first few minutes, panic defending. Panic defending by Leicester. So Bekovic with the long goal kick. And again, we've started the second half nervous. So it's a long throw here. And it is a long throw as well. It's headed up. Oh, and then Portsmouth didn't really control it that well. Oh, Vestergaard really diving header to clear, and it's out for a throw in. Oh, no! Oh, he was offside. He was offside, but Lascelles was cutting him, was covering him anyway. But it was offside. Thank God for that.
First update from Pride Park, Chris. Both teams have had chances to start the second half, both blocked so far, but Oxford looking a bit more lively, unfortunately for us, still 1-0.
Well, we're looking very nervous here.
Yeah, I just caught the end of that. Yeah, luckily we're holding on a bit. We need to find that energy we talked about. I'm surprised he isn't making a change. He's got to do it soon here because we need to bring some new life into this.
He needs to be proactive today.
He does, yeah, definitely. And we might as well risk JJ now. I mean, if not, then bring McCaster on in there and just tell him to drive with the ball. He's got the ability.
Yes, he has.
Anyway, mate, here come Oxford saying that, and there's been a save one-on-one by the goalkeeper, and Derby look like they're going to hang on here. Oh, that was lucky because he was through one-on-one. The goalkeeper managed to get right up close to Pert Harris and stop the shot on goal just inside the penalty area. Still 1-0.
Daka winning a throw in there, right down by the corner flag. So it's going to be a long throw from Thomas. Vestergaard's in there. Oh, it goes all the way through. Winks fell over again. I've just put it in there, lads. Fox's Trust Survey link. Give it your support. Oh. Now, Thomas. Well done, Thomas. I don't think that was a foul, but he knew the guy was. Oh, he pushed him. Yeah, he actually had his hand on his back. You're going to go down.
Looking at Oxford chance again, Chris, quickly. Smodic ran all the way back from the 10 roll and got a foot on it behind Pert Harris, which stopped the strike on goal being clean. It would have been 1-1, so it is still 1-0, luckily.
Is Smodic playing for Oxford?
No, he's playing for Derby.
Oh, because he was I wanted him.
Yeah, there's a lot of attacking mids we'd have.
By the way, maybe Winks needs to as well.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. This game's opened up with Derby, though. Derby now coming forward here. If you've got nothing going on with the Leicester one, Derby 3-on-3. They're going to get a shot away here. Lays it off. Come on. No, Oxford are shielding it out. Shot from distance over the crossbar. Chris, back to you. Still 1-0.
Yeah. Come on, Derby. Don't let us down. $52. Bekovic goes down. Wow, Vestergaard changes boots. Also, they might be reintroducing the law. What's he doing there? He's getting his book out for some reason.
This is very clever from Begovic. He's doing it on purpose, I think, mate, because he knows Vestergaard's off the pitch.
Yeah, they've just said that, and in fairness to the commentators this time, they've said they do it. You know, Vestergaard's back on. See how long until Begovic gets up. Oh, he's stood up now. Who knew?
And Vestergaard's coming back on. There you go. Yeah. Clever work from Begovic. Experience.
They said, and of course, being the goalkeeper, he doesn't have to go off like an outfield player.
Exactly. Clever. Back to you, mate.
Cheers, buddy. So it's a throw in here for Ricardo to take on this near side. Yeah, dark arts there from Leicester, and it's quite right. We should do, and the commentators quite clearly said it's something that Portsmouth do. Forgotten this? I've forgotten it, guys. So it's a Luke Thomas long throw-in. Let me do this before I take a beer. It's in to the box. Chowdhury! Oh, and it's side netting. Oh. Wow. It was a long throw. Chowdhury into the side netting. So, any changes coming up? We're coming up to the 60-minute mark. Oh, 5 minutes off it, in fairness. Fatawu now. Daka winning the ball. Oh, then he played it infield and he played it to a Portsmouth player. Cheers, everybody. Yeah. No nonsense clearance there from Lascelles into Rosed. Yeah, I mean, in fairness, like I say to the Portsmouth commentators, they were saying this is something that they've done, so they can't argue when people do it back. Cheers, Gray.
Oxford have beaten us to changes today. They've made 2 changes, Chris, on the 62nd minute to try and get some more life in this game. Come on, Gary, time for some changes, surely.
Yeah, we're trying to give the ball away here, and we finally do, but it'll go all the way out for a throw-in down near the corner flag. Yeah, I want to see Gary make some proactive changes, not all reactive. Ricardo with the throw-in. A few players warming up, I think. Oh, it's out for a throw-in to Portsmouth. There's a lot of hit it and hopes. There are a lot of hit it and hopes. I can see AU warming up, can see Suter warming up. And all the Leicester subs are warming up, I think, or certainly most of them. Oh, no. Good save by Begovic. Portsmouth break. 1-on-1. And Begovic. Good save going down on the ground. It had to go underneath Begovic. That should have been 1-0 to Portsmouth. No, Ricardo doesn't play it back. Instead, he hoops it upfield, and it's out for a throw in Battery been to the head there. Chowdhury takes it quickly down. Daka, wow, that was a good throw. There's a corner. Come on, let's get some changes done, Leicester. Got a lot of shirt pulling going on. Thomas there. Oh! It was a deflection from a long shot there. The corner came in. It was booted out, came to a Leicester player, shot at the goal, took a deflection, went up, but the goalkeeper just caught it. But it was offside, I think, anyway, so free kick quickly taken. Can't be offside. That was quite a way out, if it was. But he was certainly outside the box when their goalkeeper took the kick. 59 minutes. Come on, we need this. You're coming up to 60 minutes. Oh! No. Leicester City are living dangerously. So the hour has gone. Are we going to see any changes? Oh, that's a good tackle, but again, we can make the good tackle, but it goes straight to Portsmouth player, and he goes there. Nobody there for Portsmouth. It's a corner, though. It came off a Leicester City defender. What is the Pompey chant? It's something up Portsmouth or on Portsmouth. I don't know. So it's a corner to Portsmouth. Remember, they're kicking right to left. It's on the far side. Little Dick Overreed there, and little Luke Thomas compared to some of those. Number 9 and number 6 for Portsmouth. Oh, 1-0 Leicester, 1-0 Portsmouth. 62 minutes. From a corner. Bowett scoring there. Now, we're not going to come back from that, are we? Let's be honest, guys. A lot of holding and shirt pulling. Guy gets behind Ricardo and into the net. Oh, thank you, mate.
So I got you, mate. Oxford just missed a really glorious chance to go 1-1. It was Kovac who got played through, Konak, sorry, the Brentford loanee, and he smashed it over the top of the crossbar. Luckily, still 1-0.
It was coming. That goal was coming.
Well, it shows when you get a set piece in the right place. Once again, Wise winks off our set pieces. He could do that of a corner. He's not been taking them. Terrible.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway.
Same old,
terrible.
same old. Cheers, mate.
Yeah. On the replay, it looks like it could have hit his hand before it hit his leg as well, so it could have been a handball.
Again, well, there's a lot of pushing and shoving. It might have been disallowed with VAR, but again, you know.
Yeah, because the ball came in.
Where's the fucking changes?
Oh, none, mate. I know, it's terrible, isn't it? When the ball comes in, it doesn't hit him on the head. It hits him on the body, hits the arm, and then hits the leg and goes in the back of the net.
Should Ricardo have done better?
I think the ball was really good in. I think they will get, but the problem is that we put ourselves in this position where it means something. We could have put our energy levels into scoring earlier, couldn't we? Again,
5 points behind West Brom in 21st, and only 3 goals better off now. So we're losing our advantage with goal difference as well.
Yeah, and Oxford are still in this game against Derby.
A draw's not going to be good enough, so we need 2 goals. And when was the last time we scored 2 goals in a game and won?
And we're slowly passing out from the back and back across the back 4 again, Chris. I'm going to leave you to it and have a little cry, all right?
Thank you. Well, Taru's down. Come on. There's a throw in. Fataru's still holding his stomach. Yep, you're as old as me, Bannon. Still arguing with the referee. Just fucking get on with it. So Leicester making changes. As always, the subs will be reactive. Jordan James is about to come on. I mean, don't get it wrong, guys. Look, you know, what did bring AU on? Oh, good. He's gone Leicester's way. So we've not made these substitutions yet.
Oxford just had a chance. They've missed it, luckily for us. A nice driving run down the flank, cross low into the box. Goalkeeper got there first in a bit of a jamble of players. Still 1-0, but Oxford's still up for it.
And I don't know, the game stopped a couple of times, but no subs.
Yeah, well, it's the energy, isn't it? I mean, like, they're not up for this battle, Chris. Like has been said in the chat there a little bit. They flop over and moan about it, but it's a physical game. You got to be up for the physical battle, and they're not up for it. Sorry, simple as.
So Leicester coming forward down this right-hand side. Tarwo. Oh. No. So Ricardo not happy. Are we going to see the substitutions now, or what, Rowett, you fucking wanker? Yes, at last. So James is on for Chowdhury. I don't know who Mukasa is coming on for. Chowdhury being petulant. I think he got a yellow card. Mavadidi, who I've got to say, has done sweet fuck all. How the hell did he manage? And he got a yellow card as well, Chowdhury. Not that it matters at this point. So James and Mukasa on, Chowdhury and Mavadidi off.
Yeah, Hamza also pretty much caught the referee with a stray arm on his way off the pitch when the referee was talking to him. That's what the yellow card was for. He was having a right moment.
But he was being very petulant, certainly.
Yeah, childish, mate, as usual. Anyway, back to you.
Oh, nearly 2-0 there. I mean, we need 2 goals. We're not going to get 2 goals. No matter how long. If there was 2 hours left, we wouldn't get 2 goals. Long throw, but it's still not comes to anything. Oh! I think that was off Vestergaard. Wow. Oh my God, Vestergaard! I mean, 3 good chances for Leicester there. But again, it's 73 minutes. Easily taken by the keeper. Oh, Daka. 74 minutes, the yellow card for Daka. Oh, don't worry, guys. Don't worry. Everything's going to be fine. Jordan Ayew's coming on. Reed is off. Ayew is on. There's 2 up front. Jordan Ayew, don't you know? Our saviour is here, everybody. I mean, super wanker. So, 12 odd minutes to go. Leicester need 2 goals. We bring on Ayew.
Oxford just won a corner, had a chance across the face of goal. Goalkeeper.
Daka's just missed again a sitter there. It was 1-on-1, and he kicked it straight at the keeper. It was a bad back pass. Oh.
Goalkeeper was out of his area as well, wasn't he? Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, mate. What were you saying?
No, just say Oxford broke down the near side, cut inside the penalty area, had a shot across goal. The goalkeeper deflected it behind. Now Oxford have got a corner here. They're getting towards the 80 minutes on the clock here. Corner's coming in now. Centre of the box, headed clear by Derby. But Oxford are still in this. They're showing more energy and battle than we are, Chris.
Well, we haven't shown battle all year. You know, I mean, we need 2 goals with 15 minutes to go. What does he do? Bring on Ayew.
Exactly. That was poor from Daku. You could have seen he was going to close his legs as well. But anyway, back to you, mate.
Cheers. People are leaving the stadium. I don't know if that's Leicester fans, or maybe they're just going to the toilet. I don't know. So Leicester got a throw on the near side. Oh, for concede another now. Oh, we're defending decently.
Yeah, Oxford have got 2 minutes here. It's 88 minutes in that game, and they're really trying to have a go at getting an equaliser here. The manager's cheering them on, but it's still 1-0 with about 2 minutes left.
Right.
We're 10 minutes behind them because of all the added time.
Yeah, it doesn't make any difference. We're not going to win this. Goal kick to Leicester.
No, but they know what's going on here, I'm sure, and they're thinking a point will help them, right?
Yeah. It's in the wrong part of the ground for us. But again, 77 minutes we start playing. Now, Daka. Oh, Mukasa gets a wins a foul. Everybody keeps saying right. We need to give us a chance. We've got to get something now. So Leicester pumping it forward again. And it's a Portsmouth throw. Free kick, Ricardo there. Long free kick from Portsmouth into the far corner. Thomas to throw into Portsmouth. The foul, Bishop pulls down. I think he took one for his team there. Vestergaard takes it short, takes it across the back and then gets it back again. So, Darwin now. He tried to get in. Oh, gets it out. It's chipped into the box. Famayu. No, he's not there. Then Fatawu tries to get it, but he loses it out to the Portsmouth guy. Oh, now Mukasa. Pass it back heel to James. Fatawu now. On the corner. Can he get around the side? No. He fell. It was too fucking obvious. Yeah, that wasn't a penalty. Fatawu making it too fucking obvious.
5 minutes of added time to be played. Oxford keep getting real good set-piece opportunities to chuck it in the box, and they're really fired up. The referee's having to talk to a lot of the players to calm them down at the minute. Fiery game here, still 1-0.
I think we're just looking at the death throws here of oh, and he still can't. Honestly, Mikasa needed to do something earlier, and he misses it. Corner straight into the keeper's hands. Portsmouth could get a second here. They've still got the ball in the far side. He's just going to take it into that corner and play the time down. It's a goal kick. Three minutes plus stoppage time. And we're now pissing about at the back with it. And again, we do absolutely nothing with it. I mean, like I say, 2-0 down, 1-0 down, let's bring AU on. We're never going to win. We're not even going to get a draw, I don't think. James doesn't get it, and it's a goal kick. Oh, 88 minutes. Aluko's coming on. Just what you need, a defender coming on. Leicester pump it forward. Free kick to Leicester. Ayew won it. And now Ayew's starting a battle with him. Now Lascelles got involved. So Ayew's fighting. What's he hoping to gain? We've got a free kick. Just fuck off to Garner, you stupid wanker.
Both the other games are finished. Derby have beaten Oxford by 1-0. Not that we can take advantage of it. And QPR have lost 2-0 to Millwall, Chris. All right, so they're full times now.
So we'll see how much stoppage time there is. And Luca on for Ricardo. Fuck off, you row it. Plus 5 minutes. Oh, shots deflected there. What is the point? Winks, but long shot again from outside the area, but it's blocked. Booking for Portsmouth for throwing the ball away. So Oxford have lost to Derby, as Tom just told you. Winks plays it out to Fatawu. It's got to get it. Oh, and it's cleared at the near post again from Fatawu. Now, nobody back. I mean, they were lucky there. Portsmouth, absolutely awful breakaway. Free kick to Leicester. You can't have a shot from there, Mukasa, surely. I mean, what the hell was it? throw in, but it's in our own half. About less than a minute to go. I'm just lost for words. Why is Bekovic taking this and getting everybody upfield? They're saying, even the commentators are saying that. Vestergaard to take it though. It's gone behind. 3 wins out of 3 for Pompey. Fair play to them.
What do you say? I mean, yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? It's just like, what do you expect? I mean,
Portsmouth, who, if you remember, about 5 games ago, had the worst form of anybody in the league, and now they've gone on 3.
Yeah, and they weren't even that good today again. How many teams this season, Chris, have we played and they weren't really that good, but that's not to take away from the fact that they've won. Well done to them for winning it. But the problem is that we're just utterly awful. I think Gray put it in the chat earlier. We are the worst team in the Championship. There's no one else as bad as us.
No, I think you're right. I think you are right. I think Sheffield Wednesday embarrassed us. Fair play. Look, I've got to say fair play to Portsmouth. They have turned it around because they were awful with about 5 games ago, and they just won 3 on the trot.
Yeah, I mean, they're masters of the dark arts, but they've got a fight in them. And when you're in a relegation battle, you've got to battle, you've got to fight. Oxford have fought, Portsmouth have fought, and they fought their way out of trouble, and we couldn't fight our way out of a wet paper bag.
I mean, Wayne, hi Wayne, how you doing? When you look at you're saying about masters of the dark arts, we've been there in the past. There's nobody more of a master of the dark arts than Robbie Savage.
Yeah, that's right. And we love it when it's on our side. Like when they're taking half a minute to take a throw in, that's something you go on, lads, eat the time away. But when you're 1-0 down and you're desperate for anything, and they did. And that shows an attitude that they want to win. And yeah, other teams, like Tom said, other teams have got him in 3 victories. I honestly thought we'd catch Portsmouth. 6 games ago, I thought they are going to get sucked right into the bottom 3, and they've turned it around. As you and Tom said, so many teams at the bottom have managed to turn things around.
I mean, there's every team this year that gets a bad day at the office and takes a kicking. Happened to QPR. It's happened to Blooming Portsmouth. And every time these teams come back the next week and go, right, we got accountability. We're not going to let this happen again. Every team apart from Leicester. That's why we're all but bottom, honestly. It's just awful. It is awful. And this is on the football club. The football club needs to appoint a firefighter to sort this mess out. The similar way to the last time we went to League One. We had a load of dross that was just half-assed, didn't we want to play. If you don't appoint that manager, then the cycle continues. And this is the thing. We talk about rock bottom. The relegation is all but confirmed. West Brom will be rallied up for their games today, knowing they get a win. They're probably safe, irrelevant of points deduction. But we need someone to come in here and be capable of sorting out this mess. And the club do not appoint these managers. It's on the club. They're a right joke, a lot of them.
Apparently, Stephen says the fans are giving the players verbal. Good. They deserve it.
Good, go on, Hamza. Go have a fight with your own fans, mate. Bear in mind that's the way it is. When things get tough, you just want to throw your arms around and be pathetic. Go have a fight with your own fans. It's got to that point, hasn't it?
Yeah, that summed our season up, didn't it? When you see Chowdhury like chucking, shoving the linesman off, shoving our own official off, one of his team, management team, and then like staying to argue with fans. I mean, if that doesn't show you that you've lost the mental battle and you're not being a professional athlete, that does.
I'll ask you both of you this, because where have I written it down? Bear with me, everybody, because at 75 minutes, 15 minutes to go, I thought, do you know what? We could actually win this game because AU came on.
Well, same as all season, isn't it? I mean, like, who's going to come off the bench? Portsmouth have players who can come off the bench and influence it. The decisions, once again, were way too late. Again, Gary Rowett never learns. Way too late. Pragmatic. What was the point of bringing on Luca in the 91st minute? My God, what is he even bloody doing? Utter madness, mate. And ultimately, we got no one who could positively affect the game. If there are any individuals in this group who've got that ability, they're completely drowned out by everyone else who can't. Because we've got too many of them that can't, unfortunately. And once again, it's been proven. I don't know why I came into today just hoping we'd break the cycle of 42 games and work out if we work a bit harder, we could actually win a football match here or there. But they just don't get it. They don't get it.
I think we could win a football match if other decisions are made, Wayne.
Yeah, Dorco's running a very thin line, isn't he? Making that comment about who's on the stage. That's not Kate on the stage, is it? Dorco, be careful. Be very careful.
It's Chris in a wig. Sorry, mate. Fans have got to argue amongst each other now. It's the way it's got to go for us, right? That was more to save Kate. That was more to save Kate than you, mate. I'm sorry.
I know. I'd say she is singing, isn't she?
She is. You know what's interesting? What Tom said about the accusation about Rowett being just too slow and just too late reactive. He's got like 62 minutes Portsmouth goal, which was a very spawny goal, to be honest, wasn't it? I mean, it weren't a back post header. It just came off his thigh, off his hand, off his thigh. And then I've got capital letters, Rowett chewing on his chewy on the sidelines.
That's the difference between the two of them. Musinho towards the end there was out there running them, getting at them, going, come on, lads, make sure you do more here. And Rowett was obviously lost at this point. But I get it, because I think you look around and go, this group saps it out of everyone, don't they? Including the fans. They also sap it out of every manager. Looks like you're on the whiskey there, mate. That's a blooming big bottle of whiskey you got.
He's making the most. He'll need that next week when he's in Turkey. Did you see that? Have you read that, Wayne?
No.
Brit left toothless after 3,500 turkey teeth fell out while laughing. No, he can't. You're not going to have the problem with laughing because you follow Leicester, aren't you?
Chris, Reese has just said he'll come on the post match. Do you want to email Reese the link before we lose it in the chat?
Yeah. All I'll say, Reese, is if you're going to come in, mate, I need you to just. I mean, he did apologise, but just take a thing with. Can you do it, please, Tom?
Yeah, I haven't got his email. I haven't got his email, mate.
You haven't, have you? Right.
No.
He'll behave himself.
But where am I? Oh.
You do that, Chris. I'll talk for a minute while you cite the email and that for thing. I think it's interesting because like the reaction I would normally have would be one of anger. I had my angry one after Wrexham this season where I saw what the writing was on the wall. I go, oh, just this team's level of performance isn't going to get us anywhere. It was a false position in the first part of the season to be in fourth place because the level of performance wasn't quite there. And we've never learned. We've kind of accepted, well, if we could be in fourth and performing like this, then we'll be utterly fine, won't we? And the thing is that like I think a lot of fans aren't angry anymore, and I tell you why, because the club sapped it from us. I wanted to speak about it in the pre-match. I think the thing that strikes me is that in other relegations, I felt part of the battle. I felt part like I can do something. I feel like an external ghost passenger looking through a window at a football club that is just completely hopeless and doesn't represent me, doesn't represent the Leicester City fans and what their values are. It doesn't even matter if you're good or bad. It matters about how you approach it and apply yourself, and that's not been happening for us for a very long time. So I'm just totally conditioned now to the fact of this is what we're going to get. And unfortunately, this seems to be what the ownership want to bring to us. And it's very disappointing. There needs to be mass changes at this football club. And I'm very concerned they're not going to be happened by the right people making those decisions, unfortunately, boys. Wayne, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, when I made that thing about Portsmouth scoring that goal and Rowett chewing on his chewy, then I looked at the stats. At the 67 minutes, I thought, well, let's have a look at the match stats. Portsmouth 10 attempts, 2 on target. Leicester 5 attempts, 1 on target. We've just gone 1-0 down, and he doesn't make subs for another 8 minutes. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean, it is absolute. I don't know what's happening here. Yeah, I get. Literally, I hope West Brom win this afternoon, because we will then be in the position where we'll know, we'll be as good as down. And I just want it over now.
Yeah, I think that's the way it is, isn't it, mate? I think that's the unfortunate thing about it. No matter in the past if we've been bad or we've had relegation scraps, we wanted to be in it to the final day. The problem is now the fans are so tired, you know what I mean? Because it's the same drivel, 43 games of the same level of volume in the performance without any ability to turn the volume up when you need to. And this is what you get from it. And they were soft today. They were soft. Yeah, they complained and moaned when the referee didn't give them anything. You got to play harder, lads. You got to find it in you. You got to find something you may not have, but you got to. It's the challenge being placed in front of you. And the broken, repeated cycle of all season is they fail to learn and they fail to do it. And that's why, just like you and a lot of other fans, hope West Brom win. I hope we get it over with so we can have some time off it.
Yeah. Welcome along, Reece. I presume you watched it, did you?
I did, yes, against my own will, but
yeah. All I'm going to say is, and this goes for everybody, I don't know if anybody knows Rich Sports, who's a good mate of the channel, he's a Man United fan, and he messaged me the other day, and YouTube shut his channel down, and he didn't get any warnings or anything. So I know it's just, he's had to start all over again. I feel really, really sorry for him. Reece, look, I said this the other day, and we'll come on to the match in a second. But I just I want to put up, because the fat lady is singing, isn't she?
I believe she is now. Yeah, I think that was well. I know it's not officially confirmed, but I do believe that is it now. I mean, I thought we were down after the Southampton game. That was when I think, right, we're going down now. But I think no fan can be positive now going forward after today. Like there surely can't be any fans saying, well, if this happens, no, just accept it. We are down now. Let's just accept it.
If West Brom, and I forget who they're playing, Preston, aren't they? They're away at Preston. So it's a very much a winnable match for them. If they do win it, Reece, then that's going to put them on 49. We will be 8 points behind them. And that's where we need to be to get out of the bottom 3. And we're not going to get 8. We've only got 3 games left. You're not going to get 2 wins against Blackburn side, who played very well the other day against Coventry, a Hull side, and a Millwall side that have just gone back up into second. I mean, I'm going to put this up, Reece. And I know you've got a certain feeling. We'll come on to the owners later, but I said this the other day, and I still believe it. What is this guy? I don't want him anywhere near our club next season.
Well, it's difficult because I've got my own views on what's going on with the managerial situation. I do believe, this is just my own opinion, that he's being told to pick a certain team, because if you're telling me that you're in a dogfight and you're really, really struggling and you bring in a manager to change the situation, you don't pick the same formation or the same personnel week in, week out. So that, for me, tells everything you need to know. And you'd be like, right, let's get some youngsters that actually want to be here, that want to play for the shirt, that will try everything they can for the club. Yes, they will make mistakes, but I just feel that's why I feel it's happening, because Gary Rowett's never played 4-2-3-1 in his whole managerial career. Comes to Leicester, he's playing 4-2-3-1. Like, it doesn't make sense. So I feel that he's been told what to do by a certain Mr. Chief Executive of Football at the top of the club.
I wouldn't argue with that. We'll probably never know until at least the end of the season if Rowett decides to actually say something. But I mean, Wayne, you've got to see, it is looking that way. And I'm sorry, then if that is the case and he's taken the job on that basis, then the guy's a fucking coward. He's obviously been castrated at some point in his life because he hasn't got a pair of balls to stand up.
Yeah, that's true. You don't know whether if it is that like contractually where he stands. The one thing about all this automatic 4-2-3-1, it doesn't work. And what I really think about this season, what I'm really gutted about, is that I think we've had a lot of good young prospects have been spoiled and not given a proper chance. And I think that's because the club were delusional. And one thing I didn't agree with Top doing is coming out and saying, oh, we're going to get in the playoffs, we're going to get promoted, even when we went through that shit period, and thinking, no, because the best managers like your Claudio Ranieri or, it's just the next game. It's not, we just need to make sure we're getting enough points. First of all, stay in Premier League. That's the stripped down, simple, humble managing of a team. And I think our club has been delusional and having delusions of grandeur that where we were going to finish this season, rather than thinking we should forget all ideas of getting automatic promotion or even getting in the playoffs. We should try and go for mid-table, blood some of the youngsters, and just stabilise in this division. And because I think we were too greedy this year, it's all the wheels have come off. And not only that, we've spoiled some of the young kids, and they've not had the opportunities that make a mockery of Seagrave. And that's what I'm really upset about this season.
Reece, Tom's gone off to just have a bit of a comfort break. Greg says there, common sense tells you that we must play up front. I don't know when common sense last applied at this club, because common sense doesn't say at 75 minutes we need 2 goals in 15 minutes. Oh, let's bring on Ayew. That's going to work, isn't it?
I mean, it's all right changing the formation, but if you're bringing on the same donkey players we've had on all season, and Wayne's right, we have been too greedy this season. But I wish the club would have communicated with us and said, right, we're not going to be good enough to go for top. We're not going to be good enough to go for promotion. We're going to try and stable mid-table, bleed some of these youngsters through, and then next season we can push on, hopefully. But again, radio silence from the club. But yeah, I mean, it's hard because you've got 2 outstanding young talents in the ranks, like coming through the ranks. I think, is it Lorenz Hutchinson and the one you said last night, Chris? What's his name?
Is it Hutchinson and O'Cheer or something?
That's right. I mean, two hungry lads that have got a lot to prove in the game, that will want to get their name out there, that will give everything. Yes, they might use it as a stepping stone, but they'll give everything they can for the club. And again, we're picking the same overpaid, useless donkeys we've had all season. So that tells you everything you need to know, really, I think.
Oh, yeah, I mean, 110%. I just want to try and bring something up. Steve's been too busy booing to do a video. I did put a link up, by the way, in the chat earlier. That was the link for the Foxes Trust survey. Whether the club will ever take any notice or something like that, I don't know. It'll be interesting. Well, Michael. All right, then, look, Michael says this. Your wish, sir. There you go. Is my command. I mean, you weren't expecting that, were you?
You're so slick with this AI, Chris. You just think and it happens, doesn't it? You know.
I tell you what, it saved my life. But yeah, Rowett's got to go as well because Rowett has got to take some of the blame. And look, I said earlier that we need to play the youngsters because whether they're going to be any, would we have lost if we played the youngsters? Quite possibly. Did we not lose anyway, Tom? Of course we did. But what you're going to get is passion, pride, effort, everything that we haven't got as a team. We're gonna, we've got a striker in that Ochea that scores 11 in 15. Our fucking two main strikers have scored 11 between them in 44 or 43 games. I mean, it's pathetic, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and it goes back to what Reece put very well, and that is that I think the direction of the football club's at fault for this because, I think that comes from maybe the academy being protected a little bit away from the first team as its own little baby, and then now and again we'll drip some people in. The lack of reading the room that has been going on at this football club for 2 years is what's got us in this mess. There's too much trust in the wrong sort of characters in the first team who obviously have not been up for it, and that is the problem. And I think if you haven't got good people to identify that and then subsequently they get promoted to higher positions of authority, it's a very concerning place to be as a supporter, isn't it? Because it makes me think, and I'll come back to this again quickly, I don't think this is even rock bottom for us yet. I really don't. It feels like to me, because of the repeated cycle of what's been going on and the lack of lessons learned, that is something that's only going to spiral further until there is a dramatic vision change. And more importantly, the word which seems to be left to the side here every time, accountability.
Greg, did you get a chance to ask him for me? I haven't heard back from you. Have you had a chance at all?
Don't get a kid in trouble. He's under contract at the football club.
Yeah.
Well, no. I mean, I've asked him. I've asked Greg to ask him because I did a favour for him. He will ask him. He will say yes or no depending on what he's allowed to do. And the funny thing is that what I did for them was show him on another podcast. So we'll wait and see. But yeah, try and have a word with him, Greg, please. Yeah, we have no direction. It's true. Look, I mean, like I said, I showed this earlier. This is the team that I would have put out. Yes, it's got a Luco in, but it's been a Rebo's in there. Yes, Marcel was pulled out of cobwebs. Monga was on there. I mean, we needed 2 fucking goals, Wayne, and he brings Ayer on.
No, I mean, that is insanity, isn't it? Like when you were saying to Reece, "Are we down?" He says, "Oh, yeah, I was going to joke saying, oh, come on, Reece, can't we be insane? Can't we be a bit delusional for a bit longer?" Because it's absolutely, it's like watching Laurel Nardi. Laurel keeps getting himself into these bloody stupid scrapes like a little child. And that is how the club has been, and that is mismanagement. It's like Tom's been saying all along, doing the FM under 21 thing and that, and Braybrook's been killing it for him. And Braybrook, you mentioned before the match, he's playing 90 minutes every week, and not only that, he's getting assists, and he's really influential in their team, to be honest.
Yeah, he carries the ball forward. It's exactly what we need.
Yeah.
Sorry, Wayne.
Yeah, exactly, Tom. As you've been going out all season, so. Yeah, you don't 100% know how they're going to do, but if you don't give them a chance, how the pissing hell do you know that they're going to be good or not? It's impossible. It's not a simulation game. You've got to put them in there. And to not play Monga as a number 10 when it's his natural position, with all the dire teams we've had that really with a bit more attitude, a bit more cleverness around the box. And like you said, Chris, when the young kids played together, I went to watch them against Villa under 21s. First half, we laid off them. When we went for it, my God, them kids were brilliant. Kids were brilliant. Hutchinson scored a fantastic goal. The way they attacked the box was unbelievable. Could have had 4 or 5 goals. So when you watch that in the under 21s, then you watch the way our approach play, like Tom said, it's just some of the approach play thinking, I've got mates who could get the ball into the box and get a shot off, and you professional guys can't. I just think it's mind blowing, to be honest. Yeah.
I mean, Reece, £15 million a year to run Seagrave. What's the point?
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, what I will say is the only positive about Seagrave, it has brought through a lot more young, talented players than we had at Beaver Drive. Whether they are going to push for the first team or not, I don't know. Just bring that team back up a sec, Chris. That you picked. Just bring that up a minute. What I will say about that team is there's a lot of mistakes in that team. There will be a lot of mistakes in that team, but it's very, very direct. That front four is very, very direct. They will probably not get past their man every time, but they will give it a go, and they will. And I tell you, I actually think that team would get at least a draw today. That front four would get at least a draw today because they would demand the ball. They would attack their fullbacks. They would have them twisting and turn. There's pace in there. I mean, they had a slow back line today. Could you imagine them three with their pace against that team? Go on, Tom.
Totally.
Oh, just a quick one. I mean, this takes me back to pre-season where we played Leuven in that massive long friendly that lasted about 20 days. There was the period of the game where the under-21s were pretty much the only players on the pitch, including Stevie Bowser was in goal for us. There was a mistake which conceded a goal from the back. But what I saw from that team that I've not seen from the first team all year was they immediately took accountability, worked that bit harder, and when they got a goal down the other end in about 2 minutes later after conceding. The first team hasn't had that all season. I would say that ironically, the most complete performance I've seen all season, apart from maybe 45 minutes of Southampton, was a pre-season game when the under-21s were on the pitch.
I just think, this is supposed to be our golden generation, and we're doing a bank here because we're wasting it. I really do. Right, let's go on to the match. We're going to have to very quickly run through this, but I'm sorry, it has to be done. It's good to talk, as BT used to say. 10 minutes, penalty shout for Daka. That should have been a penalty, Wayne. Are we still happy that, for example, there's no VAR in the lower divisions?
Yeah, I think most fans would prefer not to have it. I mean, they do say you are where you are at the end of the season based on how you played throughout the season. And, with regards to major decisions, in general, they're equal out through the season. But I do think we've had a couple lately, I think, that, were pivotal. But then again, it was a penalty, but we're in this position hoping for a penalty, desperate for a penalty, because we've put in for shit all season, basically.
I mean, we shouldn't have to rely on these sort of things, should we, Tom?
No, we shouldn't. No, I think that shows you the lack of ability to score in free play, which has got us on this. I mean, that's an attitude I could have for this game. I thought the referee had a real bad go of it. I also think their goal could have been a handball, but we'll get to more of that later. Talking about the penalty, yeah, it was a penalty, and I think his natural instinct as a referee was to give it, and then he sort of talked himself out of it, probably because of the weight of the situation of the game that he was refereeing. And that is something that is a standard for this league for some reason. But if that's the case, I go back to what I used to say about Arsenal. Remember when it was 1-0 to the Arsenal, when they always moan about how they threw away games, and make sure you're 2 or 3-0 up. Make sure you've got that in you. Make sure you've got the ability to go win a game and put some air in between you and the opposition, so that these things become less relevant, right? And we've struggled to score a goal from open play all season. Come on, I mean, then the set pieces have dried up even more than how bad they were at the start. And you go, well, there isn't a way to score. And then we've even started missing penalties, So, yeah, I mean, I'm kind of jaded. I kind of think, would it have mattered if we'd scored that penalty? I firmly expect if we got the penalty scored, Portsmouth would have found an extra volume. We didn't, and they would have probably got 2 goals. So,
you're going to know what I think about this player later on here, Reese. But as early as the 4th minute, a ball was played through to Matchday. He was running forward. He stopped and played it back, and he gave the ball away. I mean, you're never going to fucking score when your players are doing that, are we?
He is a disgrace. He is an absolute disgrace of a footballer. His attitude, his character, everything about him just absolutely stinks. I can't stand him. I can't stand. I don't use that word very lightly. I cannot stand him. I hate his attitude. I hate everything about it. I hate everything he stands for. And he's a bad egg. We need to get him gone ASAP. And just quickly on what Tom about open play goals. I've not seen us this season not once, absolutely carve a team open and score a wonderful team goal. Not once. I've seen Oxford do it. I've seen West Brom do it. I've seen Portsmouth do it. And I've seen Blackburn do it. I've never seen, and we're supposed to have better players than these teams. I have not seen it once at all. At all.
I mean, that's a good point, Wayne, and something that they said in the second half, because we were having to listen to the Radio Portsmouth or Solent, whatever it was. Where have I written it? The commentators and other people have said this as well. Keep saying, with the players Leicester City have got, and then blah blah blah. But they don't say, the players that Leicester City have got are shit.
Yeah, they said they've got some great players, but they play as individuals.
Yeah.
That's something said, yeah.
They don't even, in fairness, they don't even play as individuals, do they?
No, and that because we've got like different local streams and not Leicester ones, that's a really common thing that they say, actually. They also say that I've heard the opposition's commentators say, they might have a lot of skill and have expensive players, but when it gets tough, they fold. And those sort of things, you start thinking, well, there you go, the cat's out of the bag kind of thing, isn't it? And that's the thing, like Tom said, we're known as a team that when you put us under pressure, and that's why Southampton came out in the second half, and we should never have folded to that degree. But Southampton, they rolled the dice and thought we might, but we absolutely capitulated in that game.
We did. Tom, going back to the first half, I've got to say, one positive I'm going to take out of this performance was the fact that we weren't playing it out from the back. But every time Bekovic hit it forward, it went to one of their players because they were taller than us. They were getting to the first balls more than us. But at least when we were losing it, we weren't losing it right in front of the goal.
No, that is true. But then, I think maybe the challenge has been put to the players, okay, we are going to go longer. Now you've got to be having the energy levels to try and win a second ball, or at least make the first ball something up a challenge. And once again, the second ball challenge wasn't there again today, was it? We talk about individuals. There'll be one guy goes up to win it, and there'll be three players stood around him rather than trying to anticipate where that ball's going to end up next and make a crucial challenge. The ball falls to Portsmouth, and then they'd have a bit of space to run into, and then it will cause us problems, right? Look, that is the problem with this. I mean, we could write a book of about 5,000 pages of what's wrong with Leicester City Football Club, and that's just one small part of it when it comes to the performance, isn't it? But you're right. I mean, pass out from the back, kick it long. Ultimately, the energy levels haven't been right. We've been far too soft for this division, and that's why we're going down.
And even Portsmouth were doing that as well. Again, look, we've got two wingers who are supposed to be really exciting and good, and were when we had Maresca in charge, Reese. But the crosses from Fatawu, I didn't see LTiDtv put one in. They were awful.
They were awful. I mean, they're just two players that really cannot wait for the season to end so they can pack their bags and go to their next club and be a mercenary there, to be honest with you. And again, just what Tom said, I'm agreeing a lot with Tom here. So, what we were saying about playing out from the back and humping it long, that just shows you how poor we are. We're not good enough to play out from the back, and we haven't got the guts or the fight or the heart to win those second balls whenever we kick the ball long, because we've got a bunch of prima donnas at the club that just really cannot give a monkey's if they're here or not next season. So, but going back to the wingers, I think why they work so well under Maresca is they were told specific jobs. You do the specific job and you stick to that specific job. But when they're asked to do a lot more, they can't do it, sort of thing. So, that's why it works so well under Maresca. But no, I can't wait for them to leave the club, because they, for me, on paper, supposedly, the two of the best wingers in the league. They've been the two worst wingers in the league by a landslide.
They were the best two, like you say, under Maresca. Interesting thing, Wayne, that was said was the commentator said, and it was about Fatawu, how much did Leicester pay for him?
Yeah, exactly.
And you're thinking, wow. And it was just that comment, and I'm thinking, they did say, well, they'll probably get that back for him if they sell him. But it's when a opposition commentator, so he's not like a fan having to go saying, "How much did you pay for him?" It kind of brings it home, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I mean, they were having a few digs, actually. They were getting the digs in nice and early, bitching about different things. It's just not... I've been frustrated with the wingers all season. Lack of defensive, just willing to do some defensive work. And they're not Mahrez's. You know, you can forgive Mahrez, and he had Danny Simpson behind him. You know, you can forgive, the real world-class wingers if they don't track back all the time because they've got something special. But these lads haven't. And I do think, I've said before, I think Mavididi has a Damari Gray vibe where he thinks he's believed all the hype. And the hardest thing, that's why players like Varda and sometimes some of the players in the Sunderland team, for instance, they're like Ballard at Sunderland. He was on the books at Man City or Chelsea, something like that, got released, gets in the England squad because he's tenacious, he fights for everything, he's good on the ball, he's good. You can tell he's come from a good footballing side. So just because it doesn't work out at top club the first time, there's still way back if you've got the right attitude, like someone like Ballard has. And Mavididi, I'm sorry, he's not got that attitude. If that guy, if he's not worked on his mental strength to have the belief to go past people, then I'd say that's being a lack of professional. That's not being a professional. That's not being due diligence in honing your craft. And the end product is not there. So I think it's okay having a certain level of skill, but you have got to apply yourself 100% to your professional trade. And the ones that were released and now making it in the Premier League even have that attitude. And the difference is most of the teams that have climbed out the relegation zone and gone on pretty good runs have a brilliant professional. It's so important for me to win and do my best here. Whereas our team is full of people who have not got that attitude, which kind of goes along with what Tom's been saying all along, really. People with a shit attitude playing for the club.
Yeah. We've also inflated their egos. I mean, look, when Fatu was out injured, what did we do? Follow him around with a camera for 6 months, filming his recovery and making a big documentary movie out of it. And look, ultimately, Fatu will go somewhere else. He'll probably be a half-decent player. There's a reason he's ended up like this, and that's because we've had a succession of poor leadership and mollycoddling of these players to a point where, their accountability is not there.
I've got to say, Tom, I wrote down here after 25 minutes about Leicester, there's just no cohesion about them, is there?
No, they look like a group of strangers. I mean, once again, it goes back to what they're doing on the training pitch, because you go, like, there's no decisiveness to them. There almost seems to be like this complete... I'm going to use like a slapstick approach to our coaching, no matter who it is. And, it goes down to the set piece coach and all the rest of it. Today, I picked up on the fact of, we're playing these long balls in towards the far end of the penalty area from a corner. Vestergaard and Lascelles aren't there. They're the two tallest players. So it's going to go to someone who can't win his duel against teams that are generally bigger than us. So where is the finesse in that approach and saying, well, if we know this and this is what the science of the data, the metrics tell us, why aren't we doing this instead? Why aren't we doing more short corners? Why aren't we practicing these 1-2 pieces? Why aren't we setting up in training with Daka up top, Mavididi and Fatawu, and then the 10, whoever it might have been, Decordova-Reid, and practicing passing plays and simulating, looking at other teams' footage and going, we know they're more likely to do this, so we need to do this. Where is the level of detail and the small things that may add up to a massive difference? And I think that's because the football club has just been very slapstick.
Do you know what I think it is? I generally think Rowett is trying to do stuff like that. I generally think
he's trying, believe you me.
No, I know what you mean, Chris, but I do generally think he's trying, but I just think the players can't be asked. I generally think they just cannot be bothered. They just want the season to end. They're putting in minimal effort, just get through the season and I can go off to my next club. I generally think they cannot be bothered. And I do think they're letting the manager down more than the manager is letting us down.
And how many times do they run to the chairman because they got his phone number, and then they make it, and then the manager cops it when he's trying to make them work harder? This is the problem.
Three managers. They did it with Cooper. They did it with Ranieri, and I can't remember I think it was Puel or someone like that. No, we don't want to play this football. We don't want to do this. We don't want to do. And I just think, who do you think you are? Who do you think you are going to the top of the club, the man that pays your wages, the man that you shouldn't even be talking to talk about these situations to? You should be going to your manager, not the top of the club.
But in fairness, and I said this the other day, I can't remember if it was on our show, Reece, or another show. I'm losing the will to live. But, Top should be going out and going, have you spoken to Rowett, Pierre, whoever it is? Yeah. Have you spoken to him? When we saw it, you don't know how true it is, but in the Damned United film with Clough at Leeds, the players went, but then those players were pretty decent, in fairness. But, you've got to turn around. You can't allow that. Then you can go as the owner and go, can I have a word? And take your manager aside and go, right, this is happening. You'd never have, with
any normal job, you'd go from. So let's say I'm a carer. You go carers, then you go to your senior carers, then you go to your manager, and then it's higher up after that. That's how you should be doing it. Not going straight to the owner just because you're all pally with him. And that's what I'm fed up with this club. It's too pally. We need an owner that comes in and goes, right, you're going to listen to chief executive, you're going to listen to the footballing director, you're going to listen to the manager, and all of this, and all of this, and all of this stuff. Not going straight to the owner because you're too pally. And that's the one thing I will sort of criticise Vichai for. He made it a bit too pally. But
Top carried it on.
And Top has carried it on, yeah. But to be fair with Vichai, he had that boundary. He had that working boundary. Yeah. But whereas with Top, it's all like
it should be the players. The players should be going to Rudkin, stroke Macron, whoever it's going to be now, and then And I can remember when I was at my first manager's job was in Blackpool, and I was on the point of walking out. And the manager of the shop, I was the manager of my department. Then there was an assistant manager and manager of the shop. And the assistant manager was like, well, the only difference between her and Hitler was that Hitler had a moustache. And she wasn't far behind in that department, let me tell you. And everybody hated it when he was off. And literally he came in one day and I'd gone in early to type my resignation in. I was going to apply for a job back near Leicester at Loughborough. And, he said, why do you think we have it like this? Because if you're not happy with her as the assistant manager of the store, you come to me. But if it's the other way around, and I'm the one that is the bad cop, if you like, good cop, bad cop, he says, it just causes more trouble because you have to go further afield. Wayne.
Could you mind if we just make one further point to what you guys have put? The other thing as well with the attitude of the players, like Dorco said, there must be hundreds of Vardys and Mahrez around, but we're just buying people that are not appropriate. And when you think about it, so you got Ricardo, the last few games has been moaning regular. He's the captain. Then you've got Chowdhury who's having arguments with people in the crowd, shrugging his own staff off. And walking around like he's been smoking a doobra. And you've got Winks, who has historically had bad attitude towards the club. And these are the senior professional players supposedly giving the best example to the young up-and-coming, say, this is what it means to be a professional sports person, being paid a lot of money. It's a privilege. Go out and earn your privilege. I'm sorry, those players have shown a crap I'm giving in attitude, and that's why I'd love it if literally one or two players were here next season.
That's the difference, isn't it? I mean, Vichai's group. Sorry, because I know we want to crack on here, but that's the difference, isn't it? That Premier League title-winning team that carried on into a few years afterwards, those players you could trust because of their work rate, because of their attitude. They proved that from hard work. They'd be like the staff you've had working for you for 4 years. You can rely on because they were going to do it right. The problem is, since we lost Steve Walsh, probably we've not had very good recruitment, have we? Because we've not brought in anyone who's got those sort of attributes. And that is why we end up trusting a group of people who haven't got that mental discipline that group of players had. The last one out the door was Jamie Vardy, before that Kasper Schmeichel.
Yeah.
Vardy
built the environment and the culture. Yeah.
But you could argue that Vardy was part of the problem because he was probably the main guy that kept running to Vichai and Top every 5 minutes.
Yeah, but he had the club's best interests in heart and actually followed through on what he said, mate. There's a difference, if Daka was scoring 30 goals a season, perhaps he would have that luxury. But I mean, that pigs might fly, right? I mean, that's the thing. You earn that kind of respect, don't you? And I think Vardy had earned it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just don't like. I think there are, and look, as a manager that somebody that's under you jumps over you to go to your boss. You're going like, well, why didn't you just come and tell me about it? I didn't even know that was happening or whatever. I think there are, whoever you are, whether you're David Beckham, Jamie Vardy, or Hamza Chowdhury, there is, a road that you have to go down. And I think at Leicester, we've kind of got away from that.
Respect is earned. It's been given out this year for no reason.
Reece, not a good day to give up glue sniffing, and we don't recommend that you do that. Of course, I'm only joking. I wrote on 32 minutes. Leicester City looking more dangerous and playing well. And then when we did kind of be on top for a bit towards the end of the first half. But when I look back at it and I saw some of the highlights, it was a case of just hoof and hope, really. There was no sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? No sort of plans to it, if you like.
Yeah, I mean, I understand where you're coming from. I won't call that dominating the ball for that period. For me, dominating the ball is Enzo Maresca football. That's dominating football where you're constantly...
I didn't say, yeah, I know. I said, look, we looked more dangerous.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, but were we?
Yeah, I get what you mean, but no, not at all. Were we looking dangerous at all? We didn't trouble their goalkeeper once, apart from Daka's header in the second half. There's just no patterns of play. There's just nothing. I've not seen us look dangerous all season. And I mean that. We haven't looked dangerous all season. And I mean that.
Steve said here, if you only have 2 days to do your transfer business, you end up buying shit.
We need to stop. We need to get somebody in and go, right, no more last week deals. We get all our business done early. Get it all done early, because I'm sick and tired of going into January transfer deadline days and summer transfer deadline days thinking, oh, are we going to sign this player? Are we going to sign that player? I don't want to go into that day thinking, are we going to sign anyone? I want us to be thinking, right, we've done all our business. We can relax and watch the other clubs panic, not watch us panic. Because I'm sick and tired of it, because it's not worked for at least 5 or 6 seasons.
Do you think that is not, though, due, Wayne, to our financial position at the moment? And I would say, why are we even buying players? We should be looking at the players that are coming through the fucking academy that's costing us £15 million a year and cost us $100 million to build.
Yeah, I just think I think our recruitment is dysfunctional, as in because that you must include Seagrave kids in the recruitment strategy and picture, because if you're not, to me personally, there is no point in having Seagrave, because we brought along Harvey Barnes, KDH, Luke Thomas, and Hamza Chowdhury from Beaver Drive, and they've all made it to the Premier and Championship. But yeah, I think the recruitment's been poor. And one thing's interesting: I played football on Sunday with a mate, and he's an Arsenal fan, and he was almost creaming in his boxes because they got the head guy from.
How did you know? How did you know that?
He got the guy from Atletico Madrid in charge of the recruitment, and he says, and he was dead. He was talking before we were just knocking around before. He says, "I can't believe it. He's already signed this. We're already signing that." He'd got all the deals done in the first week. He got everybody signed up, proactive, get everybody nailed, and yeah, they might look. They've got knocked out of 2 competitions, but they've had a brilliant season. They've got a great squad, Arsenal. And it's getting that guy from Atletico Madrid who got all his business done earlier, knew what he was doing, knew the targets he wanted, went to the club saying, right, these are the players I think. They said, yeah, these are the players we want. He said, right, that's the plan. Let's go and get the plan implemented and get it done.
We should
in the first week, they'd done all their deals. They'd done all their major deals in the first week.
We should definitely go and get Steve Walsh back. He's back in the country now. He's off doing something somewhere else. I'm pretty sure lower league to us at the moment, actually, and doing some advisory stuff. We can't attract someone from obviously Atletico Madrid, can we? Or Barcelona, who's going to be that good. Why not bring back someone we know just does the job properly? And he talked about it in the documentary about us winning the Premier League. Character over ability.
The problem is with Walsh is that he wants to be back up north, which is why he left us to go to Everton. Because his family are up there.
Fair enough, but maybe we could do something like Adrian Newey at Aston Martin, where he becomes in as like someone is a advisor.
Would be against
That's
that
remote.
I wouldn't be about that. We're going to go into the second half now, and you know what was interesting when we watched that game, that Portsmouth actually had played an extra game this week. They played midweek. Did it look like it?
Nope.
I mean, and no changes at half time, Reese. We need him to be proactive. He had the subs. When he did make the subs, we had them at 62 minutes, I think, was when they started to sort of stand at the side of the pitch, ready to come on. He didn't make it until maybe about 65, 60. He didn't make it for another 3 or 4 minutes after that.
Yeah.
Why? And there was stoppages in the game because we had a free kick in that time. So it wasn't like he couldn't make them. I mean, was he going and checking his rooms or something by the side of the pitch to see if it was the right time to do it?
Well, I think for me that confirms as to why Gary Rowett has never gotten a top job, like a lower league Premier League, mid-table Premier League job. I think that's one of the main reasons why he's always been stuck in the Championship, because in his younger days he had high potential and everyone was like, oh, this Gary Rowett's a good manager, but as his career's progressed, he's got lower and lower in terms of what job he's got. So I think that's one of the main reasons why he's never gotten a better job than what he has been getting. So no, and that's why there's a lot of reactive managers out there that are not getting these better end jobs and that are sticking into lower end of the Championship sort of job. So I think for me as well, in terms of the energy levels from Portsmouth, is probably because they've got a good medical team that look after their players, have got good regimes, good practices in place, and actually care and look after the players and do things properly. Unlike our club, when Jordan James done his hamstring, was supposed to be out for 12 weeks. I've had this told to me as well. He should have been out for 12 weeks after he's seen a specialist in London. The club put him on a 6-week rehab. This club will ruin players' careers because they're selfish and they do not care about anybody else but themselves and what they get in return.
And shouldn't he have been pulled when he went down with his hamstring? The medical staff should have pulled him off.
Yes, it was Wrexham. Was it Wrexham or Bristol?
I think it was Portsmouth, ironically.
Right.
I think it was a bit of a last time.
I think that was Aaron Ramsey, maybe. I don't know.
That was
but it was one of the games where he played like the full game or like the full half or something, and Marty didn't bring him off. And I'm like, what are you doing? Like, are you that selfish that you don't care about a player's career or a player's injury? I just think it's disgraceful. I really do think it's disgraceful. But yeah.
No half-time changes. Wayne started the second half nervous, and I noticed at one point Ricardo went in. Well, Ricardo didn't stop a Portsmouth breakaway, and Hamza could have gone in for the challenge in the area. And actually, in his fairness, he actually showed a bit of nous and didn't go in for the tackle, because I think if he had done, he'd have given a penalty away.
Yeah, I think he had a look. He's got his limitations, Hamza, in progressing the ball forward, which has been our major weakness for not scoring enough goals this season. But I think he had a decent game today. I don't think that overly troubled us, to be honest. A bit of a spawny goal. But yeah, it's Ricardo. I made a few notes about Ricardo. I think his passing's off. I think he looks a bit lost sometimes. There you go.
Preston 0, West Brom 1.
You could see that coming a mile off, couldn't you?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, Wayne. I thought that was important. Carry on, mate.
Yeah, it was very important. Very important. Well, it just highlights we could have, would have, should have. All these teams that have picked up the form and that we should have done that.
We said this, didn't we, during the match, Tom? Bit of dark arts with Bekovic.
Yeah, and I was glad to see it because I think we've lacked a bit of maturity in our performance. And the most mature thing I've probably seen for the last 10 games is him going, Vestergaard's going to be off the pitch. So I've had an ankle problem recently. Let's just take him in and pretend I've got an ankle issue. Well done to him. Hey, ultimately, he might have got a knock on his ankle, to play that game. He might have done. I mean, the referee probably would have questioned it. But you've got, it's part of the game, unfortunately, isn't it? And we talked about the physicality of Portsmouth and, they kicked us a bit now and again and our players didn't like that and got up in arms about it. It's a part of what you face down there. I questioned it earlier in the season, didn't I? Especially about Fatteru, where he seemed to be shirking out of tackles because he was afraid he was going to get crunched. You get crunched in this league, lads, unfortunately, and there are people that fall by the wayside, but good teams appreciate that. Portsmouth came in today with 8 injuries, Chris, in their first team. They had an attacking mid at right back, and Devlin, who went down and got injured himself, which meant that Bauer had to come on and play out of position. They still were a better team than us.
Yeah. I'm not sure whether this is going to work or not. I don't know. Again, it's very small. This is from Steve. You might or might not be able to see this.
See you, Harry.
Whoa.
See you, Harry.
Well, did you hear that?
And that is a player right there that is everything wrong with this club. Can take all the praise, but can't take all the shit that comes with it.
I didn't quite see who it was. Who was it? Just I didn't say the
Harry.
Oh, there we go. I mean, if Pearson had come in, he would have never let him play, would he? Standards, let's be honest. Same as Marty didn't.
That, to be honest with you, I didn't hear what I thought. I think the only guy, and Steve will correct me if I'm wrong here, but I thought that he only said, Harry, buy or something. I don't think he had a go at him, did he?
It was hard to hear, wasn't it? But ultimately, there's a lot of defensiveness going on from our players. And I'll return you back to the QPR thing I said about early in the season. Got hammered 7-1 at Coventry. Their fans went over to the corner and had a word. And there was a lot of angry QPR fans, a lot of QPR fans trying to stop certain other QPR fans from going OTT. Fair play to the QPR players. They stood there and took it, apologised, and went and won the next week.
62 minutes, Reece. Portsmouth scored.
Cheese,
wasn't it?
Sorry, man. I just shouted cheats. That's all. Sorry, Reece.
No, it's all right. Are we talking about the goal here?
Yeah. It was coming, though, wasn't it?
I mean, again, everything wrong with the club. Just again, everything wrong with this team. Just poor marking. You get away from your man. You lose your man too easily. And it's an easy tapping at the end. Could the keeper have done better? I'm not quite sure because it was quite crowded. But again, I don't know if it was Ricardo or Thomas lost their man. And again, just pure and utter, just disgraceful defense.
Zonal marking, guys. It's the future, isn't it?
I'm fed up of seeing it, Tom. I'm sick and tired. What's wrong with man-to-man marking? What is wrong with it?
Creates accountability.
It's not fashionable.
If there's one thing, this group's needed accountability. Switching to man marking would have made them have accountability, wouldn't it? It would have helped the whole team's prospect. There's one small thing we could have changed. We decided not to.
Tags Elliott and Walshy must be looking at all these soft goals we've conceded from corners thinking, what the hell?
But do you think, when was the last time we played zonal marking? Can anybody remember?
Oh, all the time we've been playing zonal marking,
Chris. When did it start to go wrong for us?
Oh, it's been going wrong since probably about since 2 years now, isn't it? Even I can't remember. It feels like a lifetime.
Was it not when Brendan Rodgers and we had that really bad year with Schmeichel not coming off his line and
Soyuncu fell out with him?
Was that not part of it? Well, I thought it was around then. Wayne, subs made after the goal, always fucking reactive, isn't it?
Yeah, subs. I've got a big note in. Bird writing subs, please. Rout chewing on his chewing gum. Make subs about 8 minutes later. You know, like I said before, the stats when their goal went in, I checked on the stats 7 minutes. They've had 10 attempts, 2 on target. For ours, 5 attempts, 1 on target. And Rout's chewing his chewy on the sidelines, not making substitutions, even when we go 1-0 down. I'm sorry, you've got this is your last chance saloon. This is it. What are you going to do to change the course of this game? And he was just chewing on the sidelines, not making any subs. You know, and also when JJ came on, I do think he brought the energy that we needed into the team, and it's just a shame we've not got a couple of more people like that we've got in the side to help us.
I mean, apparently with chewing gum, do you know that's almost as good for you as strong coffee?
Really?
You see, I know these things. You see,
I thought there was a punchline for a corny joke, Chris, coming. I think.
No. It is one of those. You know, not very many people know facts of the day sort of thing. You know, we're coming towards the end now. Do you have to shoot, Reese?
Yes, I do. Unfortunately, so I'm just going to make one last point. I've not renewed my season. I've not renewed my season ticket for the first time in 23 years as a fan. It's time for other fans to join me. Do not put money in these parasites' pockets and get these people out. That's the only way you are going to stop these people in charge of this football club, and that will make them go. When it hurts their pockets, then they will walk away. Join me and do not renew your season ticket. It's time to stick up for. It's time for Leicester fans to stand their ground and get these parasites out of the club. Thank you very much.
That's Reese. News at 10 in Leicester. Reese, mate, thanks so much for coming on.
Cheers, Reese.
Oh, Reese, before you go, if you can, very quickly before you go, I need your ham sandwich. Oh, it's gone. Oh well, never mind. Let me just reset.
I'm fairly sure his ham sandwich award could be given out to a lot of people at the football club right now, rightly so. I mean, yeah.
For the game, guys. That's the clink. That's the link there for the Foxes Trust survey. Matchday coming off from Newcastle, fair point. Okay, I get that. Chowdhury, I thought, didn't have a bad game for James, but then AU coming on, Tom.
Oh, yeah. I mean, at that point, once you brought Jordan James on, who else do you look at on the bench? I said maybe Aluko, but, you know, the rest of them you kind of look at and go, they're not players that are going to bring the energy you want, are they? You know, that's what your subs should be for. Monga used to have a bit of that for us 10 games into the season, and that's gone from him as well. It was kind of pointless no matter what he did, was it, really, unfortunately? And I very much imagine for Gary Rowett, Chris, and not advocating for this at all, but what is the point of shouting at them when they don't listen? If you keep doing it week on week and you don't get any sort of uplift or improvement, what's the point? They don't want to know.
I would still say then don't pick them.
Yeah, I mean, I would have changed the formation up. I'd have done lots of things talking about the zonal market, loads of little things that you could have done to really just change it around, but none of it's been done, unfortunately, and that's why we're in this position. So League One, here we come.
Sorry, Chris, I was actually laughing. I was listening to you guys on the pre-match, and that you questioned Tom about the bench, and did you say something like, do we have to, Tom?
Yes. Yes, he did. He did indeed. Right, okay. It's here, it's in. Right. My ham sandwich of the match. And like you say, I mean, it wasn't that we weren't awful, you know, I think, you know, but we weren't good. And our not awful is still awful. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we could put that on a poster and put it up in the King Power Stadium before the players go out. We're not awful. We're just not very good.
Yeah, but that's the thing, isn't it? You know what I mean? You said this, you know, when somebody has a good game, that might be a 5.
Yeah, I mean, the standards are so low, aren't they, Chris? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I I don't, like I say, I've seen us play a lot worse. If we actually had players up front that could do stuff, we might not be in this trouble, But the defending was last minute. The passing was lucky if they got it. There was just so much going on, and the reason I'm talking for this long is because I'm trying to get my image up. And here I have it. This is my ham sandwich of the match today. I thought it was bloody awful. In fact, I've got to say, I forgot he was on the pitch for a lot of the time.
Yeah, he falls into the Harry Winks category for me. Well, I don't remember seeing him do hardly anything at all. But most of it came down Fataou's side again, didn't it? So
yeah, which is what we said at the start with the when we're comparing the teams. Jeff agrees with me. I like the cut of that man's jib, I'll tell you. Wayne, your ham sandwich of the match.
It's between him and Winks. I'd say Matchday. I've just felt for a long time. He's not got it in him to beat his man, and that's one of the main definitions of a winger. That's one of the main purpose, or to get in and have a shot, and he can't get past the player. He does clever flicks, he does 20 step overs, and the ball's still there, and the defender's still there, and he's faced with the same problem. I need to get past his defender, and he can't do it. And he's so ineffective that he's making the 4-2-3-1. That's why we shouldn't play that system. Matchday in the team. So Matchday, he's been like it all season. He was like it in the Premier League. He's 28 years old. He's not 22, 23. He's 28, and it's time for him to move on.
Indeed. Thunder, send me a message on X, mate, and then I'm not giving it out over here. Tom, is your ham sandwich any different?
I could give it to a lot of people today. Hamza Chowdhury for coming off the pitch, Winks for disappearing, then that thing in the post-match, which you might get a video about. Matchday, ineffective again. I'm going to go Fataou. I think when it's all going down that side, once again, I'd get really frustrated playing alongside Fataou because you don't know what he's going to do. His chaos has actually got to a point where when he tries to pass the ball, then 9 times out of 10 it's going to hit the first man like it did in this game, and there's no effort to try and get around that and put it in. Or he then plays an overhit pass in a counter-attacking situation, which puts your team on the back foot when you have an opportunity to score a goal. So I'm going to go for Fataou today because a lot of it came down his side and he really didn't help the cause.
Fair enough. I'm just seeing, I think Alan might be typing me his donkey of the match, but I think he may have also gone off as well. Performance for me, like I say, it wasn't awful, but I think it was just what we've come to expect. Do you know what I mean? Harry Winks, sorry, Reece, thank you, mate. He has gone for Winks. I can't believe I'm going to say this on that whole match. Again, we started playing too late at 75 minutes. Did we ever look, even when we were sort of on top at 75 minutes, again, we waited for that time to seem to start playing. But even then, I couldn't see us scoring.
No, that's right.
No.
A lot of puff.
Genuine quality chances in front of goal.
I am going to go. I'm going to go 2.
I think you're being kind.
Absolutely nothing. Jeff's gone 4. In fairness, I can't give them, because again, we are playing a team that played midweek. We are playing a team that is in the same position as us. They knew that if they could win, it would almost certainly guarantee Championship football next season. We knew that we had to win to try and stay up.
And just even worse, Chris, they didn't have to get out of second gear. How many times have teams done this year to us? They played twice as intense against Ipswich. They didn't have to against us.
Yeah, yet another team that's really you've got to say bang average Championship side.
They were getting battered at Middlesbrough, but they held in there and showed some character and nicked it in the 97th minute. We haven't got that in us.
No, that's why I've got to, and I think I'm. And you could argue I'm being generous giving 2. You know, Wayne, your performance rating?
Yeah, 2, disjointed, fits and starts. I think until JJ came on, we huffed and puffed, and he was the first. He's the only one in the team that directly tries to attack the ball. I think D. Cordova-Reid does try and do that and get things moving, but he hasn't got people around him to help him. Whereas JJ, he's one of the he grabs things by the scruff of the neck and says, right, let's have a go, let's ruffle some feathers here. But yeah, 2, Chris. I think our positioning for set pieces again, as we say week on week, our positional play, soft goals, and lack of. We still had enough chances. If we could have got a better chance to score a goal even today, we didn't even manage that yet again for the 4th game on the trot. And
Daka through 1-on-1.
Sorry,
Daka through 1-on-1, and
you know what? He got there right, and you think he's just got to on Saturday, Sunday boggy pot pitches. That forward takes it round the keeper. Daka just couldn't take it round the keeper. It's a basic. So yeah, 2. I'd say 2, and that's being generous as well.
Tom?
Oh, it's a 0. Sorry, it's a must-win game and you don't do it. It's a 0. Simple as that, 0. Sorry, lads. And I'm so annoyed at the fact that they only turned the volume up to a little bit higher when it really is they're 1-0 down. And it's like, if you actually had the accountability to do it earlier on, lads, you might have been 2 or 3-0 up in this game. Story of our season, 0. They do not learn.
Reese, obviously, I've not got Reese's on that one. Oh my fucking hell, man of the match. I mean, somebody's just said Vestergaard in the chat.
He was soft today. Do you see a ball came across the box and he fell over in front of it? He was soft today for a guy of his size. He really was. The guy who shouted at Winks, you can have man of the match.
I am really, really struggling, to be honest with you guys. I've only ever allowed Alan to do this once before, and I'm going to allow him to do it again. I am going to go. Last week I went for Suter, didn't I? Because he didn't get on the pitch. He doesn't deserve it 2 weeks running. I'm going to give it to the away fans.
Yeah, sold out away end. Yeah. Well done, everyone, for going.
Traveling, letting themselves know, what was happening at the end. Cheers, Thunder. I don't. Yeah. I just can't go anywhere else with it. Wayne,
I'm giving it Philbert Fox, mate.
Was he there?
Fox. No, he wasn't there. But if he is that he got man of the match, then he'll be off getting pissed down clock tower about 1 a.m. So he'll turn up and he'll probably have a scrap with their mascot.
Can I just say, sorry, I meant to say that, did anybody see, what was the fuck was Jordan Ayew doing, fighting at the end?
Oh, there was a little bit of an altercation, wasn't there? And yeah, he started getting a bit mouthy and pushy, and the cells jumped in there as well. Ironically,
that's the last thing we need, though, isn't it? Concentrate on taking the fucking free kick, you wankers.
Well, I mean, I like passion, but in some ways, I wish they do it amongst themselves rather than actually doing it to its opposition players, because they should be challenging their teammates.
He didn't do it gain us anything really, did he? He got a yellow card. Unfortunately, if he got 10 in that game, he wouldn't get banned now because it's after the 40th game or whatever.
That's Kevin and Perry behaviour, that isn't it?
All I want to do is do it. Big goal, classic.
There was just no need for it. I just don't see. I'll just fuck off, Tom, you're man of the match.
Oh, I mean, I'd give it to the away fans, but I mean, I'll chuck a player on the pitch, Begovic, for that little thing he did to keep us with 11 men on the pitch. I mean, the goal wasn't his fault, I don't think, particularly.
Yeah, but he didn't really have much to do, though, did he? Apart from that, you know.
No, that's the Leicester players that generally come out with most credit if you haven't got a lot to do, I guess.
Well, yes. I mean, in fairness, it probably is. I mean, you know, goalkeeper saves. He made one. So I know what you're saying for the dark arts, but yeah, no, I couldn't go that far. Anybody saying anything in the chat here? Jeff says away fans a good shout.
Yeah, that's the answer.
Performance.
Right. Kickers while we're down, Dorco.
What's he saying? Why get stressed when you're on 50 grand a week?
Yeah, the I one, if they give us 6 points back, we are still in the bottom three.
Well,
I didn't see that one. Oh yes, I just seen it.
Well, the interesting thing is that, you know, it does show you that there's individuals that are frustrated about it, but the problem is a lack of a team, and they should have had words with each other early in the season. Now we see it all boiling over with certain people. Yeah, okay, maybe you do care. Maybe it does upset you, the thing that's going on. You guys haven't got on with it all season, and that's the problem.
No. 3 for the team performance off Alan. And I've only allowed him to do this once, but I'm going to have to agree with him. There's his man of the match. Let me just. I want to end on this. Do you think we'd have been any worse off? And I have asked this before. If we'd stuck with Marty.
Well, probably not in hindsight, but I don't think Marty was the right appointment in hindsight anyway. I think we were destined to do this just with a group of players we've had here. They've proven it over a few managers now, unfortunately. So probably not, Chris. Probably not. I don't think Rowett's actually made it any worse, really. I think it's been slightly better in some areas and slightly the same in others. So it's just been very meh all season.
We're not down yet, but we're as good as, aren't we? You know.
Yeah, half time nearly. West Brom are 1-0 up.
Yeah. All I'm hoping is that Tottenham lose to Brighton today. Leeds are beating Wolves. It looks like Wolves are coming down. Bournemouth are beating Newcastle. Did you hear the news, by the way? I was talking to, Craig, my mate, who's a Bournemouth fan. And when Areola sort of said he was leaving at the end of the season, I sent him like oh dear. And he kind of said it's been coming for weeks or, months, even probably a year. Do you know who one of the favourites to get the job is?
They've already given it out, haven't they?
Oh, who are they giving out?
Oh, was it a guy called Rose, I believe?
Oh, no, they're not the one that may have changed since you told me. He says one of the favourites, Ruud van Nistelrooy.
No, they've given it to a German manager who's out of work. Next Bournemouth manager. Oh, no, next Bournemouth I typed in, I got the location of the store. They sell clothes. That's not what I'm after.
What's interesting is when you asked Tom that question about do you think if we'd have kept Martin, I think if we'd have kept Ruud van Nistelrooy this year, the young ones would, because he was the one, he insisted that Louis Page, Monga, and who's the other one as well?
Aluko, Cartwright, he
was the one who got them in the squad. So, yeah, we didn't score for a long time, but I do think he would have kept us mid-table this season. Yeah.
He fell out with certain people as well, didn't he? He fell out with Marty as well. Yeah, and I think that's interesting because you think the standards he would have had at Manchester United put upon him by Sir Alex Ferguson, in some ways, I think you've got a point. I mean, we wanted Ruud gone because it was turgid, but if you think what we need in the manager now, actually, he'd at least know the standards, wouldn't he? So, yeah, it's a horrible situation.
It is. Guys, thank you very much indeed.
Tuesday. It'll be over Tuesday.
Tuesday. Are we back for Tuesday? I know you're not. Oh, no, you're here for the next 2, aren't you, Wayne?
No, I'm away, mate. Away tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow is it? You go away.
Friday.
You go away. Well, just be careful. Remember that guy, his teeth are falling out. That's what I'm saying.
It's 23 degrees over there, Chris.
Is it?
23 and sunny, yeah. Lovely.
It's hotter than the bus ride on the way home to Leicester today.
Can I just say, Look at that. Look at that sun there.
Oh, very nice. We got
Very
sun here.
nice, Chris. Very nice. You're well blessed in that neck of the woods, Chris.
We are, and I'm off to Lanzarote in 2 or 3 weeks as well. So, and I got it in right at the end, guys. Thank you very much. We kind of knew it was happening, wasn't it? I need to go and check my my ground listing to find out where everybody is next season. Look, remember everybody said at the start of the season, we'll come straight back up. Piece of piss. It's crap, this league.
Well, I'm not sure we all said that, but I'm pretty sure I said we could do a Luton if we were careful.
A lot of fans did. A lot of fans were saying that, and then there was a case of, well, be careful that we don't do a Luton, and we are, guys. Hey, Tom, have a good holiday, mate, and I'll see you when you get back. Not Tom. Wayne, have a good holiday.
I think it's just me and you left. It's me and you left for Tuesday. There'll be no one else on the show, Chris. I think we'll be here for the relegation party.
You've got HMS LCFC Titanic.
We're the last ones off the Titanic.
Yes, yeah. Have you got a cello or something we can be playing? I think Jim might be back, mightn't he?
I think he is, yeah.
I think Jim's back. I think he is back. No, have a good one, Wayne. Good luck with it. Tom, thank you very much. Thanks to everybody that's been in the chat. Thanks to Gray, who's had a few problems, but it looks like he's back now. See you Tuesday for the wake. And do all the normal, like, subscribe, click your notification bell. If you're on your mobile, when you go back on it, please hype us. That really, really does help. Have a good rest of the weekend, guys. At least we've got the rest of the weekend to enjoy now. See you later.
Thanks for watching. These videos are tremendous. You better like them too, or I'll be back.
This podcast is proud to be part of the TalkSport Fan Network. TalkSport. Powered by fans.
That will conclude this evening's entertainment.